Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone who's in the room, everyone who is online. We are so happy that you're joining us today. My name is Ann Ostendorf. I'm the chair of the History Department here at Gonzaga. I feel incredibly honored that so many distinguished colleagues have joined us today to consider the past, present, and future of Chicano and Chicana studies in honor of the extraordinary career of Dr. Deena González. It's also wonderful to see so many regional colleagues here on our campus. Welcome. I want to extend a special welcome to all the students in the audience. I feel confident in speaking for all the scholars in the room in saying that if it wasn't for you, none of us would be here. Without an imagined future Chicano studies, there would be no reason to reflect on its past or to consider where it is today. We truly hope you make this symposium your own. As you'll see in the program, the symposium is composed of 3 panels, each separated with a break. We hope the panelists' remarks will generate lively conversation and interesting new insights. The symposium events will culminate this evening with our annual Davis Lecture given by Dr. Deena González at 7 p.m. in this room. There's an hour and a half for dinner in between the panels and the lecture. If there's anything at all I can assist you with during your visit, please let me know. I just want to remind you at this time that because this is being filmed and is being streamed, we're going to need to make sure to speak into the microphones for anything to be recorded. I'd now like to turn it over to Dr. Ray Rast, Associate Professor of History and Specialist in Latinx History and Historic Preservation, as well as the incoming chair of the Gonzaga History Department. Ray's been an amazing partner in making this event happen.
She couldn't resist. Saying that she is the current chair. I am the next chair. The clock is ticking. Thank you, Ann. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. I'm going to echo a lot of what Ann said. Welcome to those of you from out of town. Welcome to Spokane. Those of you from Spokane, welcome to Gonzaga. Welcome to our campus. Welcome to all of you to our symposium. I do also want to welcome those who are watching on our stream, which I think might be a lot of people because our speakers are amazing. So as Ann said, I'm Ray Rast. I'm an associate professor of history here at Gonzaga. I'm also the grandson of Mexican immigrants, and I do a lot of work, as Ann said, at the intersection of Latinx history and historic preservation. So for example, I worked with the National Park Service and the Obama administration to help create the Cesar Chavez National Monument in 2012. I also worked with Antonia Castañeda and many other wonderful colleagues on the National Park Service's American Latino Heritage Initiative. And some of us went on to create a national advocacy organization called Latinos in Heritage Conservation. And if you're curious about that, please go to our website. We just revamped it, and it's great. But I tell you all these things about myself to suggest why I was so excited to welcome Deena González to Gonzaga in 2019 as our provost, and also so excited to welcome her to my department as a colleague. Deena's work and her influence reverberated through all of the work that I was doing. This is also why I'm so glad we can celebrate her today and celebrate her work not just as a scholar, but as a colleague, as a mentor, as a leader. And we can do all of that, I think, not just by talking about her, although I'm sure some of that's going to happen, but also by talking about the broader field of Chicanic studies. So our vision for today's symposium revolves around reflection and conversation and inspiration and, again, maybe some good stories and some laughter. But I also want to say that we planned today as a sort of a regional summit So all of you have insights to share and good questions to ask. So we hope for lots of audience participation and conversation. Again, echoing Anne, especially for the students who are here. If you are a student, really want to encourage you to participate and talk with our speakers, and during our breaks, introduce yourselves to them. Some of you are here from Gonzaga, some of you are here from Eastern Washington University, so welcome. Some of you from Washington State University, welcome. Some of you from WSU Tri-Cities, so welcome. So now I get to introduce Dr. Elle Heidenreich, who will take some time to tell us about Deena and all of her amazing work and her impact. Dr. Heidenreich is a professor of history at Washington State University with expertise in Chicanx and Latinx histories, especially queer Chicanx histories. You can read a bit more about Elle's work and scholarship in the program, but I want to take just one more quick minute to thank Elle for their early and ongoing support for this symposium. Last summer, when Anne and I were starting to talk with Deena about the possibility of a regional gathering, we emailed Elle out of the blue on her part to gauge their interest and potential support, and they responded. I'm just going to quote a little bit. Quote, "This sounds wonderful. Deena has been such an incredible support throughout my career and a strong influence on my whole generation. Thank you for having such a fabulous idea." We are very grateful to Elle for this early and ongoing enthusiasm. We are, of course, also grateful to all of you for being here today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Elle Heidenreich.
Okay, we'll see how this moves around. It's a little bit high. Oh, yeah. There we go. Thank you, Ray, and thank you, Gonzaga, for bringing us together today. I'm going to start with 3 quotations from some of my favorite González works, and then segue into a broader discussion of your stuff. So from La Leyenda Negra to Las Tules, thus Las Tules and other Spanish Mexican women in the West now would be called Chicanas. They were not an invisible minority in the 19th century. On the contrary, they were highly visible, but suffered from the denouncements of outsiders. They were not ignored, but they were misunderstood, and from this misunderstanding, new stereotypes emerged. Quotation 2 from Chicana Identity Matters, 1997. For mainstream historians, ignoring a group, say women of Mexican descent, is part of a selection process. Not naming women constitutes including them by omission. It is in these omitting spaces that Chicanas have found a space. We occupy a pivotal, if uncomfortable, role because we resurrect images and real persons from the past. Our task as Chicana historians is twofold: to resurrect and to delineate, revise. How do we do justice to both? And then translate our findings into languages that the majority or dominant societies understand. Do we even want to do that? Our choices are neither simple nor clear. And finally, you know, from Malinche Triangulated, Historically Speaking, 2005. Malinche had a tongue and used it, had a space and occupied it, had knowledge and applied it. Hence, I offer my call that she be labeled, or at least recast, not just first feminist of the Americas, but first lesbian of the Americas. End quote. Thank you, Deena. For my generation of Chicana historians, we studied the work of men like Gutierrez, Camarillo, and Almaguer. And we teased on the work of González, Castañeda, and Perez, 3 Chicana historians whom I would later explicitly refer to in a refereed work as the Holy Trinity of Chicana history. And that's out now. Not just because of the scholarly foundation they built, but also for the leadership and mentorship they provided and continue to provide for the generations that follow them. True, as argued by González in a 2003 article, she and her colegas were inspired by the work of a generation of Chicana scholars who came before them. Luis Año Nuevo Quer, Shirlene Soto, Marta Cotera, Adelaida del Castillo, each contributing a foundation to newer Chicana scholarship, end quote. Yet for my generation, it was the work of the Holy Trinity that pointed us to sources, inspired us, mentored us, and pushed us to ask new questions. Each generation builds upon the work of the last when we dare to do work that matters. You're familiar with the basics of Dr. González's career. She was the first Chicana to earn a doctorate in history from UC Berkeley, a co-founder of Mujeres Activas en Letras y Cambio Social. She has over 50 scholarly publications, including a monograph published by Oxford, and was named one of the 50 most important U.S. women historians by the Sophia Smith Radcliffe Harvard Project. Thus today, I'll briefly highlight just a few of her works. In her scholarship, González has always had and continues to have the audacity to take risks, to model risk-taking so that future generations have the ability to continue the building. I was in graduate school when she published her first article on las Dules, Doña Gertrudis, which was a high for us as Chicana aspiring historians. There she mapped a woman who negotiated the terms with which she could survive, took money, and in Deena's words, took the money of the colonizers and lived to become a maligned legend. González resurrected las Dules as a real person of the past. She then widened her lens to map the multiple ways the women of New Mexico resisted, leaving us with the now canonical refusing the favor. In a similar vein, in her multiple works addressing the legacies of Malintzin and Nepal, she insisted on an enfleshed historical actor who survived, made choices, and continues to people the silences of the past. And of course, her work on misogyny on our campuses continues to remind us all of the work that remains to be done. Just a quarter of a century ago, González noted, quote, "It has not been terribly popular to read against the racial grain, even in Western frontier US history circles. Reading in a contrary way or pulling out of text contradictions and foolish logic can be a lonely, scholarly undertaking." Yet because she and her generation were willing to take risks, my generation has been able to build on their legacy, as has a new generation of Chicana historians, like Dr. Yvette Saavedra, who, while seeing the price that Chicana historians often faced for addressing our own layered and sometimes fraught past, boldly addressed the internal battles that González and her generation fought in our own organizations. Similarly, Dr. Maylie Blackwell was able to boldly map the accomplishments and conflicts of the 1971 Conferencia de Mujeres por la Raza. Dr. Blackwell's work was published in the Chicana Matters series, the series founded by Drs. Antonia Castañeda and Deena J. González. Many of us were able to earn tenure because of the Chicana Matters series. And so I close briefly addressing the series before we turn the mic over back to Ray. That's not me. So many of us were able to earn tenure because of this series. Through their incredible and deeply feminista labor, González and Castañeda supported 21 of us through the publication process. At research universities, you cannot get tenure. You do not get to keep your job if you do not produce a monograph. Some of those published in the series were senior scholars, but most of us were not. González and Castañeda's labor helped make tenure a reality, At the same time, they passed on feminista tools and methods necessary for the continued building of the field, and their labor, bringing so many Chicana feminist books to print, significantly shaped the field. The series included the work of Elena Gutierrez, Luz Maria Gordillo, Barbara Reyes, Rita Urquijo Reese, and Catriona Esquivel, just to name a few. I do not have time to map out the multiple battles that Dr. González fought in national organizations such as NOX, but you can read about those battles in Dr. Saavedra's excellent article in Feminist Formations. Nor do I have the time to speak to her many administrative accomplishments, which you can read about on sites such as Diverse Issues in Higher Education, borderlandshistory.org, or even Wikipedia. And so I leave you with this. Dr. González, with her example, her activism, and with her scholarship, taught us to listen to each other and to listen beyond colonizing silences. She herself reached beyond those silences and pulled forth rich soil, soil which continues to produce good fruit. Welcome to our celebration of the many accomplishments of Deena J. González.
Thank you, Elle. That was wonderful. I just want to welcome our first panelists to the table so we can go with our first session, which will be moderated by Dr. Fernando Guerra from Loyola Marymount University.
Thank you, Ray. Greatly appreciated. Good afternoon to all of you. I am Fernando Guerra from Loyola Marymount University. My entire academic career, I have felt like an imposter, and I continue to do that, wearing this Gonzaga scarf, even though I'm from Loyola Marymount University, and being a political scientist amongst all these historians, not just any historians, I mean the cream of the crop. It's incredible. So what qualifies me to be here is simply that I am an FOD, a friend of Deena. Yeah, that's one of the highest honors that I have. I first met Deena. She started at Pomona College in 1983. I started at Loyola Marymount University in 1984, and we met in 1985 at a conference we put together to help the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund, MALDEF, sue the County of Los Angeles. That suit was successful and led to the incredible incorporation of Latinos and Latinas in politics throughout Los Angeles County, California, and I would even say nationally. We hardly talk about that work that Deena helped with. As Elle mentioned, there are so many multiple battles that, and so many accomplishments that we oftentimes forget some of these others. She was the only woman at that conference, as she liked to point out, and always had a picture of that and would show it in her first day of class as a status of how women in history have advanced in that incredible work. When I arrived at Loyola Marymount University, I was only the 4th Latino faculty member there. The other 3 were women, all of Mexican origin. Yeah, Graciela Limon, Teresita Venegas, and Teresa Munoz, right? All 3 of them had been religious at one point or another. One had left on her own. The other 2 were kicked out because the Archbishop and Cardinal, I don't know what the term is, but delisted or got rid of the order. Yeah, they weren't excommunicated, but their order was decertified or whatever the word is because they were too radical. And so, of course, they came to Loyola Marymount University. And so 3 faculty members, I was the 4th. Now there are 50, okay? Deena González has a lot to do with that. She was the first faculty member at Loyola Marymount University that was ever hired with tenure, Before that, we wouldn't do that. Most of that is because of economic reasons. You hire somebody, you got to pay them more, et cetera. So the way we exploit labor is by getting rid of an old faculty member, none of us up here, maybe Ramon. And then you hire a much cheaper faculty member. We hired Deena. I remember having the conversations, and the Jesuits like, well, we don't even do that for Jesuits. And I said, well, those Jesuits aren't as qualified as she is. But it happened. I mentioned that because we get to from 3 to 50, because from then on, I would always say, Deena González is here. And people would say, wow, that's right. I can see myself at Loyola Marymount University. And so the Deena González card is what I called it in terms of the recruitment of Latino faculty. So it's incredible. And so, Elle, I'm not going to introduce the panelists. We've already talked about some of them. Elle already had a great introduction. It's in your program. But Elle, I'm going to, actually, Ramon, I'm just going to ask you one quick question. Quick. When did you first meet Deena?
I met Deena in the spring of 1981 at UCLA. Juan Gomez Quiñones had organized one of the first Chicano Studies conference, and Deena was there. Emma was there too, wasn't she? Adelaida del Castillo was there. All the Chicana feminists were there.
Okay, so anybody other than the 3 family members, anybody met Deena before 1981? Oh, okay, so you win the prize. I don't know what that prize is, but oh man, prize. So now it's my pleasure to turn it over to Elle. She's been introduced. First question is, when did you first meet Deena? And then your presentation, please.
Oh, okay. Oy. It was either a WHA or a Knox. And we talked about this last night because I couldn't remember which one. And so I was speaking with my advisor after the conference, and he didn't realize the conference had already happened. This was the other advisor, not you, Carmen. And so, so I was speaking with the other advisor, and they were like, "Oh, yeah, you know, Deena and Emma and Antonio, make sure you've got your ducks lined up. They're really tough." And I was like, "Well, the conference was last week. I already met them, and they were very nice." And so, so my memory of meeting Deena is just really being welcomed and being set at my ease. And I remember you once had a bunch of us gathered at a meal. I forget what it was, and you would do these little life instructions to like junior faculty and grad students. So you're like putting away a receipt, and you say, "Always save your receipt. Even historians can get audited." You know? I mean, so we were influenced by her work, but also just her everyday being there as somebody who knew the ropes.
So Elle, please, if you can start your presentation.
Okay.
Although having known Deena for a long time, I am going to use the moderator's privilege and say that during your presentation, I give Deena the privilege of interrupting at any time to ask for an explanation or put her 2 cents in.
Okay, that sounds very fair. And I'm going to go somewhat broad. I'm going to riff a little bit off of your Gender on the Borderlands, where you said it has not been terribly popular to read against the racial brain. I'm going to be a little, I'm trying to think of a polite word for ballsy, but we're just going to say ballsy. Because here I'm talking about the field at the table with 2 of my mentors, and so there it goes. I'm going to be talking about how the early histories that influenced me, especially as a graduate student, right, went against the racial and gendered grain, and at times the sexed grain, and always the classed grain. So I'll address scholars who made it possible for my generation to do the work that we do. As a graduate student who was learning how to write like a historian, there were some specific works that deeply resonated with me. They gave me that academic high that you need to make it through those late nights where you're cranking out those papers. For many of us whose families had not benefited from Western capitalism, the bold critiques of capitalism made by historians at Deena's generation and the generation before her stand out. Here I'm thinking specifically of Maria Linda Apodaca's article, The Chicana Woman, A Historical Perspective from 1977. 77, that's before Knox realized that it was Chicano and Chicana. Thank you for that title as well, right? Studies. So published in Latin American Perspectives, Apodaca mapped how the status of indigenous women and Mexicanas shifted through the times of Spanish colonial violence, the US invasion, and even the Porfiriato. Her argument was a gendered and raced materialist analysis, and the intersectionality of her analysis pretty much screamed at us, right? This is how you do it. Through her mapping of socioeconomic systems, she articulated a theme that continues to influence many of us today. Quote unquote, we must have histories that can be the basis for future social action. The work of the 70s and 80s brought a Chicana materialist and feminist lens to the past, challenging sexist cultural discourses that were rooted in what Deena has called bad history, and making possible further social action. It was during this time that Chicana scholars challenged narratives of Malintzin de Nepal, also called Malinche or Doña Marina, that were so often mobilized to denigrate and or control women. Del Castillo led the way with Malintzin de Nepal, a preliminary work into a new perspective. By placing Malintzin in a larger historical and political context, she initiated a critical conversation about women's agency in times of violent social change. Del Castillo's work was followed by Shirlene Soto's Tres Modelos Culturales. And of course, Deena González made the bold assertion that Malintzin, in her insistence on resistance, was lesbian, which she later pointed out many people just didn't get. Catriona Esquivel, one of the feminist scholars published in the Chicana Matter series, would later map how Chicano lesbians were central to the reclamation of Doña Marina, spurring a discourse that continues to date. Of course, González noted in her mapping of the field, in the fine tradition of writing against the grain, Gloria Anzaldua's Borderlands, the New Mestiza, played a critical role in the 20th century fierce Chicana feminista reclamations and uses of the past. Crossing multiple linguistic and disciplinary borders, her ethnography wove historical, poetic, and personal snapshots to challenge homogenizing discourses. Her bold claim that this land was Mexican once, was Indian always, and is and will be again, continues to appear in visual culture on murals, body art, and homespun graffiti. As noted by González, quote, Anzaldua's linking experience, memory, and treaties or wars signified a new direction in Chicanic studies, but also in Chicanx and Latinx history. At the turn of the decade in 1990, we saw the publication of Del Castillo's anthology, Between Borders, Essays on Mexicana Chicana History. As some of you know, it was a product of the '82 conference, Mexicana Chicana Women's History Symposium, organized, spearheaded by Dr. Juan Gomez Quiñones. That volume included The Political Economy and 19th Century Stereotypes by Antonia Castañeda, Ramon Gutierrez's Marriage and Seduction in Colonial New Mexico, Raquel Rubio Goldsmith's Blueprint for Working with Oral Histories, and much, much more. Like Apodaca's work the decade before, the articles were boldly materialist and intersectional. Castañeda's work, building on the work of Almaguer and others, who mapped out stereotypes of Mexicanas, how stereotypes of Mexicanas functioned as tools of conquest, argued, quote, stereotypes of women were not static. They changed across time and were consistent with the economic and socio-political needs of a changing U.S. capitalist and imperialist system, end quote. Similarly, Emma Perez, in a critique of the Partido Liberal Mexicano's gender ideology on women, deployed the tool of socialist feminism by noting that, quote, European and North American theorists did not consider third world women when devising their paradigms. Chicana scholars must retain a sense of the grassroots movements that make up our community. These grassroots movements, like the PLM, most clearly confront issues of culture, gender, class, and sexuality in our community. I'm giving everybody a dry throat. Okay. A ver. Of course, it's Rosada Sanchez's The History of Chicanas. The subtitle of Rosada Sanchez's The History of Chicanas was A Proposal for a Materialist Perspective, right? Where she pointed out, she praised the work of Apodaca, right, and her socialist feminism that, quote, begins to question whether any meaningful change is possible without a change in the capitalist mode of production. So the stuff, the early stuff, right, were critiques of capital, right? Intersectional critiques of capital. This last week, almost a quarter of a century post-graduate school, sitting once again with these pithy foundational works, reminded me of their influence on both my scholarly work and my pedagogy, and brought to mind a question and mind answer session that I held at the end of a semester years ago. One of the students raised her hand and asked, "So are all feminists socialists?" I was good and explained, no, not all, and did a review of liberal feminism. But I also explained, in my very unhumble opinion, right, that most of the good work, the real good work, was done by Chicana materialists. The foundations of our Chicana history are indeed very materialist, and I would argue that that's because so much of the foundation was built by scholars whose families did not reap the benefits of the capitalist mode of production. I close with a glimpse into some of the articles and referee chapters produced by Chicana historians in the 90s because they were so fabulously intersectional, and many of these articles grew up to be monographs, right? That's how it oftentimes works. Even as articles, they continue to stand the test of time. As grad students, we loved these articles. They were pithy and edgy and direct and just got the synapses firing, right? So 3 years after the publication of Between Worlds, Emma Perez's Notes from a Chicana Survivor saw print, right? And all the Dykes my age in the audience. There she introduced the concept of sitio y lengua, which continues to inspire Chicanas in the 21st century because, unfortunately, those struggles remain. The concept today is now applied in multiple disciplines at times in ways that Dr. Perez did not necessarily intend, including in my own work. Right? For example, in writing histories of 19th century indigenous women and Chicanas from California, I wrote, they wrote themselves into the historical record as actors who resisted white rule. In doing so, they constructed a sitio in the past, a historical place in which they resisted, a location to which future generations of indigenous and Chicanas might reach to imagine and build different futures. My generation of Chicana and Latina historians is able to deploy sitio y lengua to mark out spaces, to organize, to breathe, and to push back. We are cognizant of the ways in which Chicanas in the past did so, and we seek them out in archives, oral histories, and in our elders. We refuse at times to translate, especially when doing so will rob us and our subjects of the space that so many worked hard to create. It was shortly after reading the work of Emma Perez, I had the opportunity as a historian information to study with Dr. Gutierrez at UCSD. For me, it was neither his marriage and seduction, nor when, that was the title of the article. Nor was it when Jesus came, the corn mothers went away, that caught my attention. Instead, it was community, patriarchy, and individualism, the politics of Chicano history, and the dream of equality. There he mapped the critique of mapped and critiqued the role of cultural nationalism and its mobilization of discourses of Malinche to control women, and he noted the maneuvers of Chicanas to deploy new histories and narratives of Malincine, of gender, and of sexuality, not only to push back, but to argue, also to carve out new spaces of resistance. It's also in this article that he mapped out the emerging queer and sexed Chicanx historiography that was visible only if you knew where to look for it, so he made sure we knew where to look for it. It's because of that article that when I later began teaching the queer past, I incorporated the work of John Recchi into the curriculum. Thus, a new generation of scholars was able to learn the work of Recchi as foundational to queer studies. Recchi's postmodern search for knowledge and authenticity continues to speak to yet another generation whose cultural, economic, and social worlds remain fractured and refracted. It was also while studying with Ramon Gutierrez that I was introduced to the volume Building with Our Hands, New Directions in Chicana Studies, right, which we sometimes called Walking with Our Feet because we were bad students. In 1993, this anthology was yet another treasure trove of Chicana history, with Castañeda's Sexual Violence in the Politics and Policies of Conquest, Perez's Speaking from the Margins, Vicky Reese's Starstruck. It was also in Building with Our Hands that for the first time I encountered Las Dules, whom Deena González argued, quote, gave herself to the conquest but not the conquerors, survived and succeeded, drew betting clients to her saloon. They played but lost. She gambled and won. End of quotation. Building on a foundation of feminist materialist analysis, González introduced us to an enfleshed Spanish Mexicana who resisted through her complex negotiations of a shifting socioeconomic system. She mapped the relevance of culture to power when that culture is acknowledged as necessarily raced and sexed and dynamically produced within and through the socioeconomic systems at the time. By the time I was in grad school, because of the work of your generation, it was sometimes possible to write against the grain and to have colleagues. And at times, departments understand what we are trying to do. At times, we even won awards for our work. At times, not so much. But the foundation that you all built continues to offer new possibilities for excavating, analyzing, and mapping the past, and in relation, imagining different futures. So thank you.
Oh, thank you, Al. That was wonderful. Ramon, are you going to want to do it from here or up there? I'll do it. Okay. While you're going up there, Deena, just a 1 or 2 sentence. I know this is tough for you. A 1 or 2 sentence reaction.
I like the way when I hear my words and Linda reading them, I think, I wrote that? I mean, how could I do that? Luckily, I had very good editors, I have to say, and very good commentators and critics like Elle and Susan and Alicia and Yvette on some of the pieces I wrote in sexuality later, and certainly Antonia and Emma. So that's how it's done.
And now, Ramon Gutierrez.
Thank you all for being here. I feel incredibly honored to celebrate Deena's prolific career. Whenever I listen to operas, and I like to listen to Maria Callas and Kirite Kanawa, at the end of their operatic struggles of life and death, good and evil. It's not on? Oh, closer? Okay. Yeah, no, good or evil. Good or evil, at the end of the performance, they usually shout out, "Brava, brava!" And so Deena is our operatic star in Chicana studies, and so she's the brava. Okay. So she's my fellow New Mexican as well. We were born only a year apart, but I'm not going to tell you what year that was. We both have written extensively on the history of New Mexico, on gender and sexuality and its meaning in the past. Her career has been marked by many, many accomplishments. The most spectacular one is her book of 1999, Refusing the Favor, The Spanish-Mexican Women of Santa Fe, 1820 to 1880. She edited 2 multi-volume sets of the Oxford Encyclopedia on Latinos and Latinas, and she co-edited with Antonia Castañeda the University of Texas Press book series called Chicana Matters. And to that, one has to enter at least 50 other articles that she's written and published. To her scholarly accomplishments, one add the leadership roles she's played in MALCS as the president of the National Association of Chicana and Chicano Studies, as your provost and senior vice president for academic affairs here at Gonzaga. At Loyola, she was the Associate Provost for Academic Affairs, and at the Claremont Colleges, she chaired the Intercollegiate Department of Chicana and Chicano, Latina, and Latino Studies. So, brava. In Spanish, the word brava also means valiant. It means daring, fearless, and yes, pushy. And one of the earliest, as one of the earliest Chicana lesbian feminists, she helped fashion a whole field of studies that included other people that were also in the vineyards: Emma Perez, Alicia Gaspar de Alba, and L. Heidenreich. They all challenged the heteropatriarchy and misogyny of the men who first led the Chicano movement. My goal today is to contextualize Professor González's many scholarly contributions in Chicana studies, describing how lesbian feminist critique emerged and the role it had in the Chicano and Chicana movement. The masculinist narratives of Chicano history take as their genesis the end of the U.S.-Mexican War in 1848. American annexation of Mexico's north rapidly led to the subordination of the Mexican and indigenous people residing there. They saw their property rights evaporate, their elites co-opted to serve American designs, and the cultural denigration of all things that were Hispanic. In 1848, New Mexico, which also included Arizona, the southern parts of Colorado and Utah, had the largest population west of the Mississippi. Santa Fe was its largest city with some 4,000 residents. American annexation required New Mexicans to have their property rights validated by the U.S. Court of Private Land Claims. In 1891, they owned some 33 million acres of land in this territory. The court certified only 3 million acres. The remaining 30 million acres were transferred to the public domain and promptly sold off to railroad, mining, and timber companies. This was how thousands of New Mexicans rapidly were transformed into landless peasants, migrating from place to place as unskilled wage workers, slowly descending into poverty and misery. During the Great Depression of the 1930s, many more lost their small irrigated agricultural lots, their private garden plots, and even access to the communal lands that had long provided them with timber, water, and grazing fields for their flocks. Despite this marginalization, many New Mexican men valiantly fought in the wars that followed, expecting that their service to the Republic, they would be rewarded with social mobility, middle-class status, and an end to segregation and the recognition of their equality as American citizens. For many white American men, their dreams of prosperity were indeed realized. The GI Bill of Rights helped educate many of them. The consumer goods, the cars, the stocked refrigerators, money to spare, and government loans to purchase homes soon followed. But the benefits, the dreams, and the cash were not equitably distributed. When Mexican American veterans returned home, they still faced segregation, hotels, restaurants, water fountains, restrooms, even swimming pools still prominently displayed signs that read, "No Mexicans, no Negroes allowed." Emblematic of this discrimination was the case of Felix Longoria, who earned a Purple Heart for his bravery fighting in the Philippines during World War II. But when his coffin arrived in Three Rivers, Texas in 1949, where he had grown up and where his family were longtime residents, the owner of the only funeral parlor refused to hold a wake, refused to conduct his funeral, or even to bury his coffin in the town cemetery. Why? Quote, "The whites would not like it here," he said, end quote. The American GI Forum, the first Mexican-American civil rights organization, formed specifically to assist veterans in gaining their federal benefits, came to the rescue. Lyndon Baines Johnson, then a young U.S. Senator from Texas, arranged for Longoria to be buried in Washington, D.C.'s Arlington National Cemetery with full military honors. In the years that followed, Mexican-American men fought and died in the Korean War, and then many, many more died in Vietnam, leaving many, many more, for that matter, wounded and maimed. By 1965, opposition to the war at home drew inspiration from earlier Third World anti-colonial national liberation movements in China, Algeria, and Vietnam. young Mexican Americans began protesting about the inequalities and racism they faced in the United States. Eager to forge a counter-narrative to American imperialism, they invested themselves with images of the Aztec Empire, powerful past, emphasizing the virility of Aztec warriors and their brute exercise of force. Young Chicano men, largely a powerless group, thus began generating images of their power. They imagined their own nation-state as Aztlan, the legendary homeland of the Aztecs, and then drawing on the works of Asian and African theorists of colonialism, Chicanos claimed that they were internally colonized, socially, culturally, economically, and territorially. When this analysis was taken from the global to the local, the barrio, or the poverty-ridden segregated American neighborhoods, became its focus. These young activists, eager to differentiate themselves generationally from their fathers and grandfathers, who had proudly called themselves Mexican Americans, shouted out that they were Chicanos. In the 14th century, when the nomadic Mexica tribes descended into the Central Valley of Mexico, conquering its residents and ultimately forging the Aztec Empire, they called themselves Mexicanos. By dropping the M-E, the me, what is left is Chicanos, and this is how the movement first got its name. Chicanismo meant identifying with the la raza, the race or the people, and collectively promoting the interest of carnales, that is, men bound by kinship, with whom they shared a common language, culture, religion, and putatively Aztec blood that ran through their veins. 1965 to 1969 were the embryonic heydays of the Chicano activism, largely, though not exclusively, at high school, colleges, and university campuses, intensified by the drafting of young men as fodder for the Vietnam War. But at home, all was not good in Aztlan. By 1969, at the very moment that Corky Gonzalez was trying to weld a fractured Chicano student movement into a national force, the more radical Chicanas were beginning to see themselves as triply oppressed by their gender, by their race, and by their class. Quote, women students were expected by their male peers to involve themselves actively, but in their own subordination, to request sexual cooperation as proof. It was not uncommon for Chicano activists to request sexual cooperation as proof of commitment to the struggle by gratifying the men who fought it, said Adelaida del Castillo, is what she wrote. Although the movement persistently had advocated the self-actualization of all Chicanos, Chicanos still really only meant men. Within the Chicano student movement, women were being denied leadership roles, were being asked to perform only the most traditional stereotypic roles, cleaning up, making coffee, executing men's orders, and servicing their sexual needs. If women managed to assume leadership positions, they were often ridiculed as unfeminine, sexually perverse, promiscuous, and taunted as lesbians. The sexism rampant in the Chicano movement increasingly was critiqued by women. Listen to Marcela Cristina Lucero's poem. Hey, Chicano boss man, don't tell me that machismo is part of our culture if you sleep and marry wasp. You constantly remind me, your Chicana employee, that machismo is part of our culture. I'm conditioned, you say, to bearing machismo, which you only learned the day before yesterday. At home, you're no mandon, you're liberated gabacha, has gacha where she wants ya, y a mí me ves cara the stepping stone. Your culture emanates from raza posters on your walls, from the bulletin boards in the halls, and from the batos who you hang out with at the barrio bars. Chicanismo, through osmosis, acquired in good doses, remind you to remind me that machismo is part of our culture. Articles began appearing in the movement press highlighting Chicano appeals for racial justice that were silent on the sexual oppression of Chicanas. Irene Rodarte asked rhetorically, are revolution and machismo compatible? No, she answered. Chicanos initially regarded the feminist critique as an assault on their Mexican cultural past, on their power, and by implication, on their virility. If Chicanos were going to triumph in their anti-capitalist, anti-colonial revolt, divisiveness could not be tolerated. Bernice Zamora captured the tug-of-war that characterized this period. To cry that the white man is our oppressor is to shout in abstraction, brother. He no more oppresses us than you do when you tell me, it's the gringo who oppresses us, babe. You cry, the gringo is our oppressor to the tune of $20,000 to $30,000 a year, brother. And I wake up alone every morning and ask myself, can I feed my children today? And when I mention your GI Bill, your Ford Fellowship, your working wife, and your 3 gabacha wisas, then you ask me to write your thesis and you're quick to shout, don't give me that woman's lib, mujer. That only divides us. We have to work together for the Chicano movement. The white man is our oppressing us, babe. Hey, brother, you may as well tell me that moon water cures constipation, that penguin soup prevents hangovers, and that the Arctic Ocean is made of tripe soup. Men responded to feminist critique by resorting to crass name-calling, taunting Chicana feminists as malinchistas, traitors who were influenced by foreign ideas to their community, namely white bourgeois feminism. Be Chicana primero, the men exhorted, asking the women to take pride in their own subordination and to reject the ideology of women's liberation. Chicanas argued that they were not seeking to dominate the movement. They only sought full equality. The power of the Chicano movement would only be enhanced if women and men treated each other as equals. Just as Chicano men who were interested in interpreting the history of the Southwest as the history of racial conflict between Anglos and Mexicans, chose explicitly the end of the Mexican War in 1848 as the beginning of Chicano history, Chicana feminists revisioned their own history as ordered by a different sense of time. For women, it was not the Mexican War that was most important. Instead, it was the first major act of conquest in the Americas, Spain's war against the Aztec Empire that began in 1519 with the rape of Indian women. A chronology of Chicana history that began in 1519, not 1848, was not an arbitrary or mindless act. Rather, it placed at the very center of political debate issues regarding gender, sexuality, and power. By choosing 1519, women focused attention on one of Mexico's most famous women, Doña Marina, the Yucatec Mayan woman of noble ancestry, who was gifted to Hernan Cortez in 1519 as his translator, confidant, mistress, and the mother of Cortez's first American-born son named Martin. Let me digress momentarily here. History is all too often written with very explicit political aims. One only has to watch Fox News for an hour to learn this. In the years after the 1521 defeat of the Aztec Empire by Cortez and his soldiers, several Spaniards who had never been to America, who had never participated in a war, started writing books about the conquest of Mexico, inventing, distorting, and embellishing those events. For example, in 1552, Francisco López de Gómara wrote The History of the Indies and the Conquest of Mexico, which appeared 31 years after the conquest. Bernal Díaz del Castillo, who had been one of Cortez's valiant soldiers, was so mad about this book when it appeared that he decided in 1555 that he would write his version of the events. He titled the book that he finished in 1575, The True History of the Conquest of New Spain, and the emphasis was on the true because he had been actually there and seen what had happened. But it was not published until 1632, or 111 years after the defeat of the Aztecs. Herein, in his version, that is Bernal Díaz del Castillo's, Doña Marina was described in glowing terms for her strategic role as an interpreter, envoy, and negotiator. Born into a Nahua family in Yucatan, her parents named her Malinali after the goddess of grass. She was so much of an outspoken child that she became known as Malitzin Tenepal, which means one who speaks with liveliness. After her father's death and her mother's remarriage and birth of a son with the new husband, Malitzin was sold off to merchants to thwart any possible challenge to her stepbrother's patrimony. The family first sold her to a group of Mayas in Tabasco, who eventually gifted her along with 19 other female slaves to Hernan Cortez at the end of the battle as a peace offering in 1519. Díaz del Castillo writes that in addition to gold and many gifts Cortez was given when he defeated the Maya, quote, nothing compared to the excellent woman who was denominated Doña Marina after she was baptized. She was a powerful woman who was very influential among local Indians. She was very attractive, interacted freely with the powerful men, and without her we would not have been able to understand the languages of New Spain, end quote. Doña Marina spoke Yucatec Mayan and Nahuatl, the language of the Aztecs. Jerónimo de Aguilar, who had been shipwrecked and enslaved in Yucatan since 1514, joined the expedition, and he spoke Maya and Spanish. So with this duo, Cortez was able to communicate with the Aztecs and to recruit other proximal enemies, such as the Tlaxcalans, to achieve the conquest of Mexico in 1521. Doña Marina was largely forgotten during the 17th and 18th century. Then, after Mexican independence in 1821, her story was resurrected to forge an anti-Spanish nationalism. That is when she was reinterpreted as a treacherous whore, the concubine and the lover of Hernando Cortez, who betrayed her people to facilitate the conquest. This is when she became known as La Pinche Malinche, the turncoat. Since then, generation after generation used La Malinche as a palimpsest, writing and rewriting her history for political purposes. But it was the Mexican philosopher and Nobel Poet Laureate Octavio Paz who most influenced Chicanos in the 1960s. In his 1950 book, The Labyrinth of Solitude, Paz reinterpreted Doña Marina, positing that Mexico's machismo, its hypervirility, was rooted in the vilification of Doña Marina as La Malinche, as La Chingada, that is, the raped indigenous mother of the Mexican nation who birthed bastards. According to Paz, quote, she gave herself voluntarily to the conqueror, but he forgot her as soon as her usefulness was over. Doña Marina becomes a figure representing the Indian woman who was fascinated, violated, or seduced by the Spaniards, and as a small boy will not forgive his mother if she abandons him in search for his father, the Mexican people have not forgiven La Malinche for her betrayal, end quote. I've taken you on this excursion into these historiographic battlegrounds, primarily because Professor González's first publication in 1991 was entitled Malinche as Lesbian. For activist Chicana, the historical representations of Malinche as a treacherous whore and betrayal of her people what were but profound reflections of the deep-seated misogyny in Mexican and Mexican-American culture. The only idealized symbols of Mexican womanhood available were those of the virgin and the whore. If women were going to go beyond them, then they had to begin to redefine Malinche. So listen to what Silvia González wrote. I am a Chicana waiting for the return of La Malinche to negate her guilt and cleanse her flesh of a confused Mexican wrath, which seeks reasons to the displaced power of Indian deities. I am a Chicana waiting for the coming of a Malinche to sacrifice herself on an Aztec altar and Catholic cross in redemption for all of her forsaken daughters, end quote. Adelaida del Castillo again insisted that, quote, Doña Marina should not be portrayed as negative, insignificant, or foolish, but instead be perceived as a woman who was able to act beyond her prescribed societal function, namely that of being a mere concubine and servant, and perform as one who was willing to make great sacrifices. Malinche is the beginning of the mestizo nation. She is the mother of its birth. She initiates it with the birth of her mestizo children. Thus, any denigration made against her indirectly defames the character of the Chicana female. If there is shame for Malinche, there is shame for us. We suffer the effects of those implications, end quote. The Chicana feminist recuperation of Malinche complicated the movement's symbolism, adding sexism to the interrogations of racism, challenging the male ethos of carnalismo and chicanismo with a feminist focus on mexicanidad and mestizaje. By examining the life of Malinche, the first Mexican convert to Christianity, attention was also given to the role of religion in maintaining female subordination with its patriarchal God and its phallocratic clergy. If the goal of the Chicanos was to end internal colonialism, Chicanas were determined to decolonize the body. Male concerns over job discrimination, access to political power, entry into educational institutions, community autonomy, and self-determination were complicated and compounded by female demands for birth control, against forced sterilization, for welfare rights, for prison right for pintas, for protection against male violence, and most importantly, for sexual pleasure. Professor González's scholarship was central to these debates. Her Malinche as lesbian was a searing attack on male leaders of the Chicano movement as, quote, the twin devils of patriarchy and heterosexism, end quote. She chastised older closeted academic lesbians for their complicit silence and honorifically christened Malinche as a lesbian because of her political, linguistic skills, serving as the mother of Hernán Cortez's son, Martín. Malinche's dexterity and cultural fluidity were precisely the characteristics Chicana lesbians embody. Quote, if Chicanos think lesbians and gays are revolting, well, they're right. Brava, brava, Deena. In 1992, Professor González interrogated the quincentenary celebration of Christopher Columbus's first voyage to the Americas. Again, she turned to Doña Marina and her reviled Janus face as La Malinche. Why had Mexican national historians judged her as only one way, as mistress and betrayer? What did she think of the conquest of Mexico as it grew bloodier and saw her people enslaved? How did she feel when Cortez abandoned her and gave her as a concubine to Juan Jaramillo and never recognized his son, Martín? Professor González admitted that the historical sources would never allow us to answer these questions in any definitive way, but by asking them in a capacious way, she hoped to interrogate the past to alter the treatment of Chicanas in the future. In her essay, The Chicana Identity Matters, González urged Chicana historians to dig deeply into the past, resurrecting and revising what was known about indigenous, Mexican, Mexican-American, and Chicana women. To illustrate this excavation, she focused on Doña Gertrudis Barceló, also known as La Tules, who was Santa Fe's first prosperous woman in the first half of the 19th century. Barceló owned a gambling saloon, a boarding house, and a host of other commercial ventures in New Mexico. The Encyclopedia Britannica recently named Barceló, quote, entrepreneur, philanthropist, and activist based on Deena González's book and deep readings in the research that she did in refusing the favor. Barceló was born in Sonora, Mexico in 1800, and in the early 1820s moved north to a small village near Albuquerque, which was still part of Mexico. Her wealthy parents gave her an excellent education, and she soon developed into an astute businesswoman. At the age of 23, she married, insisted on keeping her maiden name, and by 1825 moved with her husband to Santa Fe. There she amassed a fortune by 1852 when she died. Like Malinche, early Anglo-American merchants and travelers denigrated La Tules, insisting that she ran a brothel, had extramarital affairs, was morally loose, defaming her without any proof. She most certainly ran one of the earliest casinos west of the Mississippi, was quite adept at dealing cards, winning round after round, liquoring up her patrons, offering hospice to foreigners, and scannily taking all their cash. Mid-century Anglo-American visitors to Santa Fe nevertheless referred to her and the locals as blessed with ugliness, as debased of all moral sense, as swarthy, thieving liars, and as inferior and syphilitic people. Sorry. Santa Fe's local population deemed La Tules as an independent woman who was simultaneously kind and generous. As Professor González put it, quote, Barceló cleverly crossed social and sexual barriers to gamble, make money, buy property, and influence politicians, but dexterously skirted the marginalization Anglo-Americans wanted to define her by, which was part of the larger denigration of the Mexican-American residents that would be conquered as American subjects in 1848. She was unusual, and she was mocked for it, but not by her own people, end quote. In refusing the favor, Professor González, that is her major book, Professor González explores the larger imperialistic tropes that asserted that U.S. colonial domination was an uplifting favor to the benighted and backward Mexicans of New Mexico. The Spanish Mexicans neither needed such a favor or wanted such a favor. Herein, we learn about the daily lives of Santa Fe women, particularly the most vulnerable, the single and the widowed women, who all too often were swindled and left penniless by Americans. Colonial domination included the imposition of a French-American Archbishop, Jean-Baptiste Lamy, who brooked no criticism. Lamy found the Catholics of Santa Fe Archdiocese backward, devoted to popular shrines and confraternities and saintly cults, and not to the sacraments that he wanted and exercised ecclesiastical control over. The local priests openly mocked the Archbishop's authority, so much so that he declared that, quote, "I am determined that they are going to obey me or they will be resigned," end quote. When they refused to accept his favor, they too were excommunicated. Professor González concludes that only a small number of women escaped the hardships and poverty that followed U.S. annexation. They were forced into physically demanding and low-paying jobs at the bottom of the wage economy, and by necessity increasingly dependent on their extended male kinship networks. González concludes, urging scholars to interrogate our disidentification with the brutal colonial past, textualizing and preserving the triumphalist discourse of the colonizers while largely ignoring the silent protestations of the colonized. Quote, "The institutions brought to Santa Fe after the war were hierarchical and prearranged. They required that their guardians be literate in English, be male, and have some formal education, ignoring the relevance of their details, robbing them of their patriarchal but also hegemonic influence, making for complicitous and inaccurate history, ignoring women's recourses to action is equally pernicious. Class and status did not necessarily protect the women of Santa Fe," end quote. I hope now that you will understand why I hailed at the beginning of this talk Professor Deena González as a brava. She is indeed daring, she is indeed bold, she is indeed fearless, and yes, she's always been pushy. So brava.
Bravo, Ramon. L, please. Before we have Antonia Castañeda's comments on behalf. Yeah.
And so this is a letter that Antonia Castañeda sends us. Dear friends and colleagues, it pains me not to be able to join you in this celebratory event honoring Deena, dear friend, colleague, and collaborator for many decades. The state of my health, I regret to say, does not permit me either to join you in person or even via electronic means. It saddens me profoundly not to be able to participate in this signal gathering, to mark and record Deena's centrality to the long, difficult struggle of Chicanas and Chicanos to create space, theories, and paradigms for our historical experience. Our friendship and collaboration began almost 5 decades ago. At the center of our concerns was the erasure of Chicanas from history, even as we were also part of a larger struggle against the marginalization of Chicanas and Chicanos in academia, as well as in the cultural, educational, economic, political, and public life of U.S. society and its institutions. Deena, along with other Chicana and Chicano colleagues, took on the task of challenging how we were perceived and thus how our issues, concerns, and experiences were misrepresented and dismissed in the American Academy. For Deena, it was a three-pronged struggle against a racialized world dominated by white academics, against male hegemony, and a normative heterosexual scholarship that disregarded when it didn't disparage lesbian and gay histories. Quite apart from her groundbreaking foundational scholarship, Deena's lifelong praxis encompassed supporting her embattled colleagues and nurturing upcoming generations of Chicanas to create larger and more secure institutional spaces and thereby to change the institution. There are many markers of her undertakings and accomplishments, but I call your attention to a signal one, the Chicana Matters book series with the University of Texas Press, which the 21 books published gave visibility and standing to the results of the struggle to firmly establish Chicana space in the academic world. Deena's indefatigable work to secure Chicana, lesbiana presence and authority in academic infrastructures includes being a founding member of Mujeres Activas en Letras y Cambio Social in 1982, organizing among the first Chicana history panels at Knox, the WHA, and the AHA in the 1980s, leading the creation of both the Chicana Caucus and the Lesbian Caucus in Knox, and serving as chair of both Chicano organizations. It need be said that Deena stepped into academic and related spaces where Chicanas and lesbianas were historically excluded, placed our histories at the center of those universes, transforming the discourse and the historiography. She did so a duras penas y contra viento y marea, when racism, homophobia, and sexism were relentless in all these spheres. As fearless as she is indefatigable, Deena has consistently challenged us to question our assumptions, to examine our positionality, to stand in solidarity, to be audacious and unwaveringly courageous in defense of truth and justice. Antonia I. Castañeda, Professor Emerita, St. Mary's University, San Antonio, Texas, February 25th, 2024.
Marvelous. I'm going to turn it over to Deena right now. We're going to show a film, so I'm going to ask the panelists if we can go and sit over here.
So what I'd like to do is introduce, thank you so much for those remarks, El and Ramon and Fernando for helping lead this, this session, and then also to Ann Ostendorf and Ray Rast from the History Department. I don't know, our administrative assistant, Karan, had an accident this morning, and we think she's okay. We're hoping, we're thinking of her. But if you see us kind of moving around a bit here, it has to do with not having a leader to tell us, like, you go here and you go there exactly at this time. But it is my pleasure to introduce someone else who's with us, Dr. Lorena Chambers, who gave up part of her Puerto Vallarta vacation, folks, to come and venture here into the snowy weather. But she's from Michigan, so you're going to hear a lot about University of Michigan here. But I'd like to introduce Dr. Lorena Chambers because she has a project, and this short video will bring some faces and a different, slightly different take on Chicana history, I think, and especially because it's current and contemporary. So thank you, Lorena, for being with us.
Hello, everyone. It is such an honor to be included here today in this very momentous day. As Deena said, I'm Lorena Chambers. I'm a postdoctoral research fellow with the Inclusive History Project and the Department of History at the University of Michigan. The first 100 Chicanas Changing History is about mujeres poderosas, powerful women. The first 100 documents how Chicana historians have transformed the way that we do, that we think, and that we understand history, but also have questioned who is included in these fields of history. How do we study them? What are the questions asked? How do we analyze? our primary documents. So this project is essentially based with three facets. One, it's a collection of oral histories. Two, it's data collection. And three, it's an exhibition and public program designed with the goal to honor the contributions of so many, well, we think so many, but about 109 Chicana historians. So in the meantime, it's also designed to be an intervention, as we've mentioned and heard earlier today, intervention and interrogating the Academy's organizational culture. So in partnership with the National Museum of American History at the Smithsonian Institution, the University of Michigan has created an archive to collect these wonderful oral histories. And this video that you're about to see, I think it runs about 4.5 minutes. I was really proud to have my ad agency, it's Chambers Lopez Strategies, work with the funding that was given to us by the Smithsonian Institution as well as the University of Michigan to create this amazing video. And it actually captured snippets of 4 very powerful oral histories that are in the collection now at the University of Michigan, and basically honoring these women's stories because we're highlighting how they are both historical and historic. So I, Lorena Chambers, by the way, a very Mexican name for those of you questioning and wondering. Chambers, very Mexican, yes, found them in the census in Sonora. Thank you again. I thank you again for highlighting the first 100 Chicanas Changing History in this very special day honoring Dr. Deena González. Thank you.
The early days were not easy. When we began to study history back in certainly the 70s for me, there were only 2 Chicana historians with PhDs in the universe. It was Charlene Soto, who had gotten a degree in Latin American history, as well as Luisa Año Nuevo de Kerr. Meeting the cohort from around the nation, everybody and anybody who was studying Chicana history was really pretty important, because that was the day that I met both Deena González and Antonia Castañeda, who were going to be vital in my career for the rest of my life and still are.
Not only in terms of being the first in my family to graduate from college, but also the first to be in spaces where we've not been before, as women, or as Chicana or as anything else, that whatever our identities are. My experience has been to have been the first in multiple entities and multiple institutions. The issues were basically the same in whatever space I entered where I was the first, whether it was an institution of higher education or whether it was a business. I think I was among the first Chicanas at the WHA in U.S. history.
So when I went to graduate school, I started realizing more and more the history of the West was a very important part, but that I shouldn't call it Chicana history. It certainly had no concept, no person whose work was in that. And if there was anyone at Berkeley, they were over in the Chicano Studies Department, which was a program with no grad students, only some majors and minors. What happened in the 1970s almost forced us to take stock and to really look at what we were doing. So many grad students go into graduate school. This kind of open door opportunity. We didn't have that because we were being questioned constantly about who we were, how prepared we were, what we were ready to do, and what could or could not be done in grad school. So identity played a big role, culture played a big role, race and obstacles and barriers and all those sorts of things also played a role.
Very few people study history. Nowadays, there are very few jobs in history. Even more importantly, in the major textbooks, that we're still not integrated, and often we do not see ourselves. You really do have to have professors who see that somebody has a talent. They have to be mentored, encouraged. They have to be given that idea that they are historians or that they could be historians. So today we have so much more mentorship that is possible, but it's still true that in major universities that we are still lacking. Many institutions still do not even have one professor that teaches that as their specialty.
We just need to continue pushing and having more professors who are willing to push for the fact that we need more people, we need more students. Students have, I think I've discussed this with certainly Deena and Antonia, and I've talked about this a lot. Students have more power than they think they do. And it was really, we go back to the 60s, right? High school students were the ones who were protesting. They were the blowouts. It was high school students who were saying, we need classes. We need this, we need that. You're not offering this to us. This exploitation is more than we can handle anymore. And showing statistically the kind of ongoing discrimination, right? So I think that students, too, we need to continue helping our students and letting them know that they have more power.
I think it is important to the community, to the entire Latina population, to the society as a whole. Society is richer for knowing who we are. Thank you.
Every historian can make a difference. We can make a difference in the classroom, with our publications, in our community. Thank you for this project.
I thank you and your team profusely. Very, very grateful that you are doing this project. And so thank you.
Thanks for inviting me to be a part of this, because it is historical, it is important, it is necessary.
Fernando, we want you back. Where's Elle? Oh, come on back. I wanted us to have some time for a few questions, because I know the audience is probably hungry and eager to, start talking and thinking through, and we certainly have an exciting panel coming after this one. But we have a few minutes, is that right? We're going to go to break right after, but we've got a few minutes here for questions and conversation. So instead of trying to say anything more, and there's lots to say, and tonight in the lecture I'll be talking a lot as well, but I think that we'd really like to hear from you, if we can.
Yes, please. Questions, comments, suggestions.
Person.
A joke, yes, in the back, please. I'll do Donahue, the young kids don't know what that is.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate hearing all your different perspectives on Dr. González. So my question for you concerns Chicana Matters. This seems like a really important series for launching the field. And I noticed that the last publication was in 2016. So my question for you is this a series that's going to continue? Or does the fact that if it isn't going to continue, is it an indication that now Chicana studies is established within the field?
Thank you so much for that question. It's a really important one.
And I'm sorry, what is your name?
I'm Vita Schlungen. I'm in the History Department here at Gonzaga.
So Professor Schungen's question, I think, can and will be addressed throughout the day later when Dr. Saavedra presents, because I'm hoping that she will spend some time talking about the new series that University of Arizona is doing. So yes, that series closed. One of the things that I said and say often in thank you remarks is that without the help of particular editors and publishers at these academic presses, it's very hard to do what we did, to set up a series. And Antonia and I knew that our time was ending, that we would be retiring. I think we, at that point, thought we had about a decade left in the academy. And so we had a person, Teresa May, at University of Texas Press, who really is the energy behind Chicana Matters. And there's lots of personal and very interesting stories to tell in all of this, the kind of the story behind the story of what leads to a publication. But in that case, Teresa was raising a Chicana daughter. She was married to a Mexican-American in Austin, Texas. And Teresa was hungry for information. She said, not at the child reader level. She wasn't too worried about that. But she said at the level when she's choosing colleges and schools. And I'm seeing a real gap. And here University of Texas has made so much money publishing on the Texas Rangers, the Alamo, we could go on and on. And she really was the energy and focused on the need for a very underserved topic and population. And so Antonia and I were good friends with that SMA. She became the executive director of University of Texas Press, and that's how we got the series off the ground. I think Yvette Saavedra will talk a little bit about University of Arizona and the relationship she and her co-editor Vanessa have, because they are establishing another series. So I think these series have a life, they have a shelf life. You know, they really don't last forever, but I think this work will continue, and hopefully we'll see some of the other historians pick up the history part of it, which I know is part of your question.
Any other questions? I mean, I think collectively here in the room you have over 200 years of Chicana history, maybe 250, a quarter of a millennium of...
Not that old.
2,000 years, come on now.
So Deena, when you're listening to Al and Ramon, is there something that you said, oh man, I wish I had expanded on that idea, or you know, what else could I have done it when in some of the areas, or anything you say, I wish I had not done?
It's probably the had not dones that I spend more time thinking about, at least when I'm in a spiritual space, right? Because calling people out is always difficult. You know, any one of us, when we're in those interactions. Today we have a lot more tools at our disposal. So there's a reason we have the diversity, equity, inclusion, right, practices on campuses, because they help people navigate those difficult conversations around difference and around power. We didn't have that, not in the 70s, certainly not in the 80s. We were coming out of the militant 60s where you just confronted someone. And I don't know if I'm on this story, at the Chicano Studies Conference where we got and had to create the lesbian caucus. We had a very...
What year was that?
It was 91, right? We were in Albuquerque, Knox. 90, okay. And so Yolanda Redder Vargas, who was this incredibly, talk about pushy, tough woman, had been through the culture wars and the wars in Los Angeles, had tried to figure out ways that we could have a session that would be women only. And so we were challenged on every front about that. We said, this is a workshop, it's a group, we need to be together and we need to talk. And it was women-only space. We had to argue and fight for that first. But then, when we started the conversation about making and creating a lesbian caucus, many of the regional chapters that were meeting made incredibly derogatory and homophobic comments publicly in their regional meetings. And so we decided, upon hearing this, we decided as a group, those of us who were going to meet, and a group of undergraduates at University of Texas brought us some of the gossip and some of the conversation. And we were all sitting around in the room. Emma Perez and I think we were all in the room, and Yolanda Redder was there, and just everyone. There must have been 20, 25 of us. And we said, okay, let's watch the space. Yolanda said, I'm going to post myself as a guard at the door. And if any man tries to come in, I'm not going to allow it. And then someone else said, oh my gosh, we're going to get into this, struggle. And the organizers of the conference are very upset because workshop-only space allowed us to be exclusive. But if it were beyond that, a regular session, we could not bar anyone who had registered for the conference from coming in. And so the men, things they said were things like, what are we going to do now? Have a marijuana caucus? And so we were in the Lourdes Argüelles, her partner, who's Cuban, lesbian, and we see Ramon and I say, we have to confront David Montejano for saying that stupidly thing. And we said, oh, there he is in the lobby. And we grabbed Ramon and we said, Ramon, you're coming with us. Because David Montejano, and Ramon is going, no, what are we doing? Wait a minute. He had not heard the background. And so we go up to David and we said, we heard that you did this. Can you explain yourself? That's what began the process really of people beginning to confront, and what I'm saying is different today, that would be different. Because I think today would carry on those conversations in rooms where people would say, I'm not comfortable with what you said, or did you mean to say? And so we've moved the conversation along. We've moved it out of the kind of direct confrontational space, for better or worse. We have to judge and evaluate that. But we've moved it in another direction. And I think that was a really important piece to this. So no, I'm overwhelmed with everything that people have said, and I'm just not only touched and moved by it, but it's kind of like sometimes you sit back and you think, I guess I sounded pretty good, huh? It's like, and I've never thought that about myself. You know, I've never like looked at it that way, and so it's interesting.
So, yes, please. Identify yourself.
Congratulations, Dr. Gonzalez. My name is Samantha Hadaki Edgerton, and I'm a PhD candidate at Washington State University. And sorry to be a downer, but wait till you hear about my research. What I'd like to talk about today is the political situation, the anti-DEI campaigns, the anti-identity politics, the movement, especially in K through 12, which of course is leaking up to places that I would have thought, because I'm older than the average grad student, I would have thought never would have been touchable at like the University of Texas. So have times changed so much that there can't be another movement within academia, especially for the younger generation? How do people like myself and especially younger grad students fight this movement to eliminate all traces of DEI and Chicanx, Latinx history, Black history, and Indigenous history?
I don't know if you all saw this week, this latest thing where certain faculty, and which state is it? It's not Florida. They're passing legislation in the legislature to make it illegal to speak, even use the words diversity, or to speak anything that has content that is anti-American. Yeah. It's Texas, okay. So that, I mean, it's a struggle. We're in a struggle, and I think we thought, I don't think any of us ever thought we had escaped that struggle, that it wouldn't be there, right? But I think we all felt and know that new movements are going to come. When I'm watching the Israeli-Palestinian, not only the conflict, but the way the world is dividing up on it, I keep thinking this is where I think the campuses especially are going to organize, but so are the faculty. Because as these things heat up and we see what we considered certain rights being taken from us, I think we'll find more and more people reacting. And how do we react? We know now that forming the coalitions and working together as opposed to apart is one of the good answers. That's what helps institutionalize the diversity, equity, inclusion. It's what institutionalized it. And for all that you want to criticize about it, now we have more work to do, and now we have to attend to this and that. We have to do things a certain way. We can't say this, we have to say that, right? I think that work, that is the work of a university, because we're educating one another in that process, in that debate. So we have to educate these legislators or kick them out, vote them out.
You can't unseen what you have seen. You cannot forget or not remember what you have read. What Deena González has written is there for all to see, along with Alicia, Yvette, Elle, everybody else. And that forms the foundation for a reinvigoration. And it shows also a weakness of those who are against diversity and inclusion. The attacks are so moronic and will not hold up to time. It is a temporary phase, but let's use that to reinvigorate what the work and the foundation that Deena and others in this room have done. I don't mean it to be light about it, because it's a very important question that you're asking, but if you don't take the action, it will continue. If these young people here don't take that action, it will continue. But you have this incredible foundation here. So. Al? Other questions? I think we're, yeah, it's a good time to take a break. Ray?
Okay, let's have a round of applause for that first amazing panel. And we're just pausing things now. We've got the rest of the afternoon to continue these conversations, but for now we want to welcome you to take a break. We have coffee, refreshments just outside the room. You can find restrooms if you go around to the right. We'll take 25 minutes or so for a break, and then we'll come back for our second session.
you. I'm good. I'm Bobby. Nice to meet you. And I always saw Diana around here somewhere. Diana Ramos? No. I know for the Biden to the state. Oh, Sophie? Yeah, she pulled out a book. Yeah, she was really nice.
There's a lot going on now. It was in my house. Yeah, my oldest got it, and she was sick for like 200 weeks, and I thought it was like COVID at first. I was like, no. I'm like swabbing. I'm like, don't again. I don't want to catch it again. Once is enough.
No, but
There was a movie like this many years ago called Are you going to go to the conference? Well, I go to school here, but I'm from San Francisco. Where are you from? I'm from Eastern.
I don't think that's going to move. I think you'll just have to hold this one.
Yeah. Okay. I figured. I'm going to be going. See? Por eso, that's what she said. I was in a grad class I was in a grad class with Cheryl Martin, and I was playing with my pen. It was one of those Parker pens, and I had taken it apart because I fidget a lot. And so I was playing with it, and she's talking something brilliant, and I went like this, and it went, and it hit her. And to this day, she has not let me live that down. She brings it up all the time, you know, in good time, good spirit. But yeah. So. Oh my God. That would have been so dramatic. Yeah, it was. But it flew really high, so aim high, you know. In case they need a little help.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'm going to just quickly turn things over to Dr. Yvette Saavedra from University of Oregon, who's moderating our second panel.
Thank you. Did everybody get their coffee and cookies and everything? Y'all sugared up for this? All right. I always feel so odd carrying these microphones. It's like, it brings me back to my calling, you know? It's very Janet Jackson-ish, you know? That would have been the lapel mic. Thank you, everybody, for having all of us here. My name is Yvette Saavedra. I am a associate professor of Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies at the University of Oregon in beautiful Eugene. And I have the honor and pleasure to work with the student panel today. And so welcome to our afternoon panel, the President of Chicano, Chicana Studies, Students Making History. And so during this panel, we are going to hear from and speak with graduate and undergraduate students who are currently doing research and studying topics in Chicana and Chicano history, as well as other related fields. And I'm super excited to be working with this panel because, you all said it in the previous panel. Actually, no, it was in the video that you just watched the clip. I think that the future of our discipline, but any discipline really, is the ability for professors to encourage their students and to see the talent that students have. Because for myself, and I'll talk a little bit about this later in the next presentation, but for myself, I had always loved history, but I never really thought that I could be a historian. And in my experience with Dr. González, she definitely was very much responsible for me becoming a historian, you know? She saw something in me that I didn't really necessarily know was there. And so working and having you all present your work, I think is part of continuing this process, this very important process of mentoring and fostering the brilliance that you all are contributing to our field. So thank you so much for joining me. And so the way that we'll begin is I'm going to have the panelists introduce themselves, who you are, where you're from, and then we'll go into some questions. The plan is to keep it very conversational, so let's have fun. There you go.
Hi, my name is Sam Hadeke Edgerton, and I'm a PhD candidate at Washington State University.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Moran, and I am a PhD candidate at Washington State University also.
I'm Camila Lanza. I'm an undergrad student at Gonzaga University.
Hello, my name is Diana Ramos Sanchez, and I'm also an undergrad at Eastern Washington University.
Thanks. Okay, so let's start with Sam. One of the questions that I have, and I'll ask all of you these questions, but can you tell us a little bit about yourself as well as your current research project, the work that you're doing right now specifically? I know that's a hard question, PhD candidates,
Yeah, what to keep it 3 minutes, right? Yeah. So a little bit about myself. I am a first-gen graduate student, the first person in my immediate family to graduate from college with a bachelor's degree. First-gen non-traditional. I came about this the long way, but right when I was pressing to go back to school and leave the insurance industry behind, it was going to be organizational psychology and human resources, and at the last minute I pressed history, and the rest is history. So my research focuses on intimate partner violence in the Mexican-American community, specifically in Los Angeles, but historically set against the larger history of settler colonial violence, and specifically the settlement of Southern California and Los Angeles. My project began with the intent to focus on the post-World War II era, a parallel movement with the mainstream battered women's movement of the 1960s and 70s, up through the 1990s. What little scholarship had been written about the movement to address intimate partner violence is primarily a middle-class white feminist story. My narrative would focus on Chicana activists in East LA, but as I did my research, this narrative goes back much further. It begins with the Spanish conquest and the sexual violence committed against California's indigenous population, the violence committed in the mission system and under the American capitalist system, and moves through the murderous violence of 19th century Los Angeles and the extrajudicial violence committed against indigenous and Mexican men. Little side story, I do tangents, sorry, but my advisor said, you cannot say Los Angeles is one of the most violent places ever. People say that all the time. No, literally, Los Angeles in the 19th century was incredibly violent. And also into the Americanization programs of the early 20th century, in which the pathologization, or is that even a word, but the pathologizing of Mexican families as inherently violent has a story in this narrative. Also, I go through into the programs developed in the 1970s and 80s to address violence within our communities. The story, though, is not just about violence committed, but how Indigenous and Mexican women have always fought against this. My work is not possible without the Holy Trinity of Castañeda, Perez, and González. But specifically, the article that set me on this path to do this longer durée history of violence, gender violence, specifically against Mexican and Indigenous women, though, was sexual violence and the politics of conquest. Thank you.
Hi, okay, about myself, right? Okay, I also came about this the long way. I've had many different hats as careers. And so I'm a mom of 3, I'm from Los Angeles, it's cold here. Yeah, my research is about the Comisión Femenil in the late 1970s, as they are supporting the women that were fighting they were suing the Los Angeles County Medical Center during the Madrigal v. Quilligan case. 10 women actually filed the lawsuit because they were forcibly sterilized. There were about 180 in total that were. So during this time, they are fighting for reproductive rights of these women, but behind the scenes, the actual group is not agreeing at all. And so I'm building on Virginia Espino's work. She collected the oral histories, and she has also written an article about this, and then Elena Gutierrez's work, which is the first monograph about this. And so I'm building on their work to tell this story. I'm also talking about the 1977 IWY conference. I had read Marta Coteras' chapter about that in Chicana Movidas, and I had read through these oral histories some of the women of the Comisiones dealing with that. So I'm talking about that too. There's a lot of contentions between feminist organizations within groups. So basically my dissertation will be, we're not a monolith. We all have different thoughts and ideas.
Hello, my name is Camila again. I'm a first-generation college student. I'm from San Francisco. My mom was born in El Salvador, and my dad is from Honduras, and that kind of inspired my thesis research. For my thesis, my senior thesis, I talked about the United States' involvement in the Salvadoran Civil War, and it was like kind of 2 parts. First of it was like, why did the United States get involved? So I looked at the Cold War policies. I looked at why countries were in Central America specifically were going into communism, and then I looked at the disparities and problems that were occurring in Salvador that kind of led the United States to get involved and led them to get involved in other Central American or Latin American countries. And then the second part of it was kind of this impact of the United States intervention in El Salvador. And so then it looked at the numerous human rights violations that happened. It looked at the mass immigration to the United States and to other countries in the world. And then it looked at how El Salvador was furthered, had created more disparities in economic and social problems that still exist to this day. But yeah.
Hello, I'm also a first-generation student. I was born in Mexico, and so were my parents, and we immigrated to the United States for the American dream. Some of my research that I have done have been about immigration stereotypes in the media, and also about undocumented children being detained in the U.S. border. And I talk about how the United States immigration system fails to protect these kids, and there's no rights for all these immigrants who are arriving, and they are being treated unfairly. And yeah.
So I want to divide these questions up just a little differently here. Taking into consideration the process and trauma of finishing a dissertation, and then also the beginning steps of the research projects that you all are describing at the more undergraduate level. And so I want to begin by asking Sam and Jen, what kind of interventions do you see your dissertation, your project, your research making into the broader field that we're in? And not definitive, like don't hold them to it in the dissertation, okay? But how do you see your work? How do you see your work being situated within the field?
Yeah, okay. I'll go first. Okay. For my work, at least in all my research, I have not found anything that specifically, in terms of scholarly publications, that specifically addresses intimate partner violence within Latinx communities. So for me, this was, I did my thesis, actually my MA, on women in the Northwest, and I kept feeling this isn't right, this isn't right. I was gonna go ahead and do Washington women next, because the story is sitting in my heart, in my head, within my family. This is my family's story. My great-grandmother came to Southern California because she was fleeing violence with her 18-month-old daughter. And so that's what led me to this. It's what motivates me to get this done. And it's something that I could hear my grandmother from, her place in heaven, saying, now, mija, why do you have to talk about these things? Why do you, everything needs to be hidden. And I felt like, as, our culture, our community, I felt this was something that is important to address, and it's not the same story as, if you read Susan Schechter, the only person who's really done a history of the battered women's movement, where you have add a couple, Latinas and stir. And that's about it, and exclude the lesbian contribution to the battered women's movement, because without the lesbian contribution, it never would have happened, or it never would have gotten off the ground. So that's how I see my contribution, is addressing things that we don't talk about in an academic and historicized way.
Yeah, I see mine similar to Maylee Blackwell's, which talks about the 1971 conference. We talk about the group as a whole, what a group does, but we don't look inside all the time. And so that's where I see my intervention as being, is looking inside and seeing kind of the messiness that goes on within an organization, because history is messy. And yes, they were fighting for this reproductive rights, but behind the scenes, that's not what was happening necessarily. Not every single person agreed. So I think that is the contribution, and talking about the difficult stuff, like you said, yeah.
Like the individual struggles of the particular women that are involved in the cases, right? And so for Deena and Camila, I think I see the contributions that your work is making. And so in creating another question, I'm not necessarily thinking that it's not making contribution, but I think one of the things that I saw in both, or heard in both of your answers, is that I think that and I heard this also in your sound, it comes from a very personal place.
right? And I think it speaks very clearly to the way that not just Chicana studies, but how ethnic studies, queer studies, right? All of these different fields of study that engage with the personal, very political, right? So I want to ask you a little bit, and you don't feel pressured to answer this, but I mean, it was very clear in speaking with you yesterday, Camila, and also how you're saying, Diana, like the motivation. How do you feel? Do you feel that the work that you have done in your thesis and your research project, do you feel that they have contributed to your own development and maybe even in your relationships with like your family, community, right? Like what's the bigger part of it? I hope that makes sense.
So my thesis was very important because it comes from a story from my family that hasn't really been told. And sorry. So it's a story that hasn't really been told. I didn't really learn about the United States and El Salvador or like the Salvadoran Civil War until I reached high school, because it's kind of a story that my family tried to kind of shape into something that was more like of sunshine and rainbows, and we just arrived in the United States and that was the end of it. But I wanted to do this research because I knew that's not what it was, and I think it's very important, especially growing up here and like knowing a lot of people don't know this history. I think there's the United States needs to take accountability kind of for the actions that they have, especially because I think it can create a lot of empathy, especially when looking at immigration, and understanding why immigrants come to the United States, because the Salvadoran Civil War contributed to immigration, and that's how my family arrived in the United States. But yeah.
Okay, so I feel like for me, it's very personal because I am an immigrant, and this research that I did about the children in the border, I feel like it's very important because we don't really speak about these kind of issues. I feel like it is very set to the side, and there are kids who are suffering tremendously. The name of my research project was actually Niños en la Oscuridad, and it's because they're in darkness while they're separated from their parents, and they don't know if they're going to see them. In one of my classes, we watched this documentary about this dad that was separated from his daughter from, I think it was Honduras, and he saw her a year later, and he was deported immediately, but she wasn't. She was kept at the detention center for so long, and there is no reason to keep these kids there when they should be with their parents. And I also saw that the United States protects these juvenile delinquents, and they have more rights than these immigrants who are at the border, and they are treated like criminals.
So kind of trying to rethink and retell the story, right? And I see that in all of your work, right? I think one of the things that shines through very clearly in all of these research projects is the fact that it really hits at what is oftentimes at the center of Chicano Latinx studies, is the uncovering, right? The process of uncovering stories, uncovering voices. What would Emma say? Excavating the archives so we can locate the voices of the marginalized, right? She would say it a lot more eloquently, but most definitely is what I'm seeing, right? And so I want to shift, kind of shifting gears a little bit, but not really, because I think it shines through in your responses. So I can ask about, what was your first course that you took that said, this is what I'm going to do, right? This is what I'm going to write about. It could be that, but it could also be, what do you think is the most valuable lesson that you've learned from the field of Chicano Latinx studies, or a particular course that you took that kind of took you towards that trajectory of uncovering these voices and I guess I love the title of your project, right? Bringing light to the darkness that these voices are kind of put into. So do you have any kind of valuable lesson? I don't know. It makes sense in my head. So.
Well, where we are at WSU, there have been, the entire time I've been, from the time I quit my insurance company to go back to finish my bachelor's degree up through my MA and now my PhD, there's never been any type of course offered about even Mexican history. There's a history of Latin America, I think, that's covered under that, but in my experience, I've never had any formal class where I could say, oh, good, I'm going to do, Chicana studies here, or, the history of Mexican Americans. And the individual that I credit for opening this world to me is sitting right here. It's Dr. Heidenreich, because without them, this wouldn't be happening. I mean, I don't want to act like my work is going to change the world, but for me, it's changed my world. And without Dr. Heidenreich's support, this wouldn't happen. So what Dr. Heidenreich offered is a graduate course with literature and works that actually focus on Chicanx, Latinx, indigenous story. They also offered independent studies, so I won't talk too much more about that because I don't want to hog the spotlight, but I know Jen and I are going to play off each other here because we both have the same things to offer.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. I did my undergrad, I got my bachelor's in Florida, so there definitely was not anything offered there. I did my master's at Eastern. We had a Latin American history class when I did my master's, and that was it. And I did an independent study with Dr. Heidenreich my very first semester at WSU, and that's where I pretty much learned everything. And I will say, in my family, we didn't really talk about this. They didn't go into the history of our family background. I mean, I knew about kind of who they were, but there was never talk about Chicano history, any history in my family really. So it was nice to learn all of this and kind of be like, whoa. I knew there was some out there, and I had read some stuff on my own, but learning the deeper history and going farther into it with Dr. Heidenreich was really it was an awesome experience. It gives you the feeling of really belonging, I think. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, and I also think how we do our work wouldn't happen without Dr. Heidenreich's tutelage, just because it's I go in the archives, there's nothing, of course, about intimate partner violence, but it's everywhere. If you read just the initial Chicana literature written by people who weren't scholars but just activists, it's there. It's all there. And so I don't think without Dr. Heidenreich's influence that I would have had the confidence to do something like this.
That reminds me of a story that Deena told. I remember speaking with you about your interest in Chicana history when you were doing your graduate work, and that a certain professor, I don't remember the name, had told you, oh, there's nothing about them in the archives. And that reminded me, right? And so, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but it's just, because again, it's how do we create this legacy and this kind of legacy of knowledge where we pass on this point where we disrupt that idea that it's not there. It's a matter of it is there, it's just that we have to be trained, to look for it, right? But yeah, sorry, you didn't mean to interrupt.
So for me, I've only ever taken one Chicana class here, just because there's only one. But that was taught by Dr. González, and she was the first Latina professor I've had here, and that was last year. This was my junior year, 2023, so it was a year ago. But I thought it was very impactful to be able to see another Latina in higher education, especially succeeding in their field of study. But that was very impactful for me. I think a lot of, especially in a class that focuses on Latinas and focusing on Chicanas and seeing how they've succeeded or how their stories can be retold. I immediately thought of Alicia Gaspar de Alba's book, Unframing the Bad Woman, and how we're retelling these stories and telling them in a way that, because women constantly are, Chicana women or Latina women are constantly, in a very patriarchal society, we're famed in a way that's bad. But she told the stories in a way of they're seen this way because they're breaking out of these patriarchal norms that frames them in this way, when in reality, they're just these powerful, very strong women. And being a first-generation college student in higher education, I think that's a very important lesson to learn in those classes.
So I have actually only taken 2 Chicanos classes, and they've been about immigration. And I feel like the most important lesson that I learned could be that it doesn't matter how much I speak on this issue if I'm not going to take action. It doesn't matter how much research I do or how much I talk about it. If I'm not going to be willing to do something about it, it's never going to change. Because I feel like we see a lot of people, like politics, talking about immigration reforms and stuff like that, and nothing is actually done. So it doesn't matter how much I speak, like I said, if I'm not willing to do something, and nothing is going to change.
You know, I think that's such a wonderful point, because it makes me think about the roots of Chicano studies as a field, right? The roots of Chicano studies as a field comes from activism. It comes from the desire to create spaces through activism. And so, Sam, you said my research isn't going to change the world, but I think it is, right? Because it's all a matter of like, how are we going, what are we conceptualizing in terms of what does change mean, right? And so Deena, like you're saying, if we're not going to put action behind our words, then yeah, you're right, things aren't going to change. But I don't know, I kind of want to talk a little bit more about this, because I think it's important to think about how are we defining that change, right? It doesn't mean that we have to go out and march every single day, which I think that helps, but does change always have to look the same way? And can our research create spaces to rethink the world around us? And it leads me into another question that I have that's related, right? Like, how does the field of Chicano Latinx studies, how does it give us the tools to create a very specific change in the world, right? To navigate the world with a different perspective that's going to allow us to begin to make those changes that are so necessary for the creation or the attainment of social justice.
So Jen and I actually discussed this, so I'll talk about the social justice aspect of Chicanic studies, because I think, before, when I was doing my other work, it's called, the before times, when I was focusing on Oregon and Idaho, I felt like, what was there for me is a narrative told by different people whose stories are indeed important. And in my hands, I wanted to understand where these activists came from and, of course, tell the story. But I feel like once I started working more closely with Dr. Heidenreich and did my independent study where I walked through essentially, 40 years of Chicana history, it's like social justice tools are infused throughout. That this is research with a purpose. So again, what I write, what maybe hopefully someday gets published, this idea is that history can be utilized as a tool to make people aware of these systems that essentially, in my case, would be systems of violence that start at the state level and infiltrate down into the institution of the family. And I don't think without immersing myself into my family's history as well as the history of my community and where my grandparents came from, the reason, the threat of violence constantly hanging over their head, why they didn't teach their children how to speak Spanish. Those kinds of things all came through this immersion into Chicanics and Latinx studies that I guess even at this point in my life educated me about how social justice can be used in terms of academia and research.
Yeah, so I think it really has, I think it can give anybody, it changes your view of how you look at the world, how you look at research, how I basically, learning all the things I've learned I learned a lot of different histories that I didn't know existed, especially the forced sterilization through fertile matters. I rage read that. I was so angry when I read it because I didn't know it existed, literally in my backyard. I grew up there. And so, yeah, I was so mad. And my daughter was like, "What's wrong, Mom?" And I'm reading this book, super angry. But that really catapulted me into this whole world of the ways that our bodies are used, the way that just existing is inherently political, just that. And that has changed the way I viewed a lot of things, a lot of the structures that are in place. As I move through academia, I have a totally different view of the way I used to look at it, completely different. And I think that that's what it has done. Just learning all the things I've learned has changed my whole view of just how you perceive things, I think.
For me, so my research was called United States Involvement in the Salvadoran Civil War, but it was called AIDS, Arms, and Accountability. And the main reason I wrote it was because these are stories, like I've talked about, that aren't told, and people aren't held accountable for it. And for me personally, like this thesis was for me to learn about where I come from, where my family comes from. But I also think it's important for other people too to learn about why immigrants are coming here or what's happening in these countries. Because I think constantly in politics or in the news, we read stories about this, but we don't understand the full context of it. And I think we're quick to judge these countries on what's happening and these people. But I feel like if we're able to learn about what's happening and learn about these in the classroom, we're able to empathize more on what's happening. And I think that's very important.
I think education is just like important overall, like being able to educate everyone about what's going on specifically in the Chicano Latinos field. I feel like in my university, our program is very small, so I feel like we're very limited to the things we can learn, and I haven't really been exposed to much. I feel like I've just been exposed to immigration, so I could only talk more about like immigration. I also got exposed to like how the United States media looks at Latinos, and I feel like education is key. I feel like if I had like more resources to be able to learn more about like what you guys are talking about, I feel like it would be very helpful, not only for myself, but for other people as well.
How do you think, and this is for all of you, but I find it really interesting that all of you are sharing the same thing, right? I've taken only one class. I've been exposed by one particular professor, right? But you're still doing the work, right? So that means that you have that gana, you have that desire, that drive to do it. And so I guess, I don't know, this is a question I'm going to ask. Let's see if it's a popular question. But if you could, let's say we're going to do a pitch right now and say, look, I'm learning all of this stuff that's like super important to changing the world, right? How could we convince our universities to create more spaces, more courses, more spaces for Chicanx, Latinx studies, to expose more students to the types of really important concepts, methods that you all are describing, that you're using, I'm assuming in a variety of your different courses, right? Not just Chicano studies courses. How can we make a pitch for it? How can we say, these aren't just courses for people to just take on a whim, but they're courses that are really significant to creating understandings of ourselves and how we navigate that world that we live in.
At Washington State University, if I were gonna lead yet another campaign, we'll talk about, they were happy to see me go to the West Side. But if I were to lead another campaign, I know it sounds almost cliche, but absolutely that Chicano history is American history. You hear it in the media all the time when you're looking at the field of entertainment. The field of entertainment is always, Latinos are the fastest growing demographic in the country. California is more Latino than it is white at this point and stuff. So, how are we going to get Latinos into music? How are we going to get the Latino demographic, with television? All this stuff that the powers that be, the people with money, pay attention to. So why not with academia that this is our history? as a country. And so I think I would definitely start off with that. I am going to be a little bit cynical though too, unfortunately, so hopefully it can start a conversation, because the cynicism is, I can't tell you that it's happened more than twice, where people within academia ask me, what are you working on? And I tell them, and they say, well, that must be hard to do because that's a culture that accepts violence against women. And so my first thought, in hearing your question, is this discussion I had with a member of my cohort. I said, is it like a Time to Kill, where we say, okay, violence against women is important, just pretend they're white? And so I think it's important to frame this history as everybody's history in order to promote the growth of it.
And yeah, and I agree with that totally. And to add on to that too, I think the things we get from these kinds of courses are things we're not getting from regular American history. We're not going deeper. We're not talking about methodologies. We're not talking about anything else. It's, Paul Revere wrote on the horse or whatever he did. So it's that. It's not, Constitution, go America. It's not the stuff that it doesn't go farther than that. And I think that that's something, if we're gonna change the way people interact in the world, you need to go deeper than just the surface level stuff that you get in the other classes. And I think we get those in those kinds of courses, like Chicano history, African American history, things like that. We get more from that. Oh, sorry.
I know, it's okay.
So for me, attending a predominantly white institution, I think a main thing is having more courses for Latino students to be able to feel represented by what they're learning. I think another main thing is feeling represented by the faculty. As I said, Dr. González was the only Latina teacher or professor I've had here. And I think that's one step in kind of diversifying higher education. I know it's a bigger thing, but I think that's very important, especially, I helped Dr. González with some research about how Latino students are attending higher education more. And so the school was basically looking at how can we help those students. And I talked about how we need more classes, we need more professors. And when hiring these professors, they need more support and keeping them in those institutions, because when they leave, that affects students, and being able to, they lose their role models or people that they look to and seeing themselves in their field or careers. So yeah.
Like I mentioned, our program is very small and it's being cut down. So I feel like we as students, we have to speak more about that and talk about how we want more courses and we want the program to get bigger, because there are a lot of Latinos coming to the university, and I feel that's the reason why I feel like a lot of Latinos don't go to the university, because they don't feel like they belong there, or they feel like there's nothing there for them. They feel very out of place. So I feel like we have to speak more about it and present our projects to show that we are worth being here and that we want there to be more courses so we could learn more about people who are like us.
How do you think faculty can support that? We're going to solve the problem right now. How can just off the top of your head, what do you think?
Okay, so I want to present my project at the Symposium in Eastern, and I feel maybe if I could present, I could show other faculty, oh, maybe we should open more resources for them. It's worth it. These students want to do something. I don't know how to say it. I feel like having more support would help a lot. And if you have the teacher support, we could speak more about it so that they could open more courses and bring in more professors.
Can I add something real quick? Okay. Just for especially the young people here, state schools are recruiting heavily among the Latino population. They want the dollars that comes with that. And so if you're going to be recruiting specifically from that population, then it's your right to demand return on investment, and that's to have classes, and not just in history, but I'm talking, about any of the humanities, social sciences, anything like that, it's your right to demand a return on investment where you learn about things that affect your community, too.
I was going to ask a methodology question, but I feel like that's just a curveball. I'm like, I like y'all. I want to do that. But I'm gonna. No. No, in all seriousness, what I'm thinking, as we're hearing this, I just can't help but think about the fact that it's clear to me in what all of you have said that you're utilizing what you've learned in Chicanx studies, either through classroom work or in your own independent readings, right? It's very clear to me that you're utilizing it either to do this or to do your work or to in your other courses. And so I'm wondering, like, specifically, and this is towards Jen and Sam, what are the most important methodological practices within Chicanx and Latinx studies that whether you've read independently or that you've worked with your professor to understand that are integral to the way that you're approaching your work, specifically in terms of Chicano studies methodology?
Well, I constantly repeat in my head what Dr. Heidenreich told me early on about my work. It's an excavation project. It truly is, because I did say this earlier that you're never, for any intimate partner violence, especially when you're trying to historicize it, you're never going to walk in an archive and it's going to be waiting for you. Number one, there's privacy issues, especially when you're talking about anything after the 1970s. Shelters aren't going to keep that information, so you're going to be relying on a lot of government stuff where you have funding and different things like that. And again, that can be difficult to find specifically for me, a Mexican American community. But going into Comisión Femenil with those records, here's the Chicana Service Action Center. So that is initially it was an employment organization meant to help Latino women, Chicana women return back to the workplace during the 1970s. But within that, look at this record here. It shows that they opened a domestic violence shelter organization. So that's the methodology. It's like looking at the welfare movement, welfare rights. Also the Free Barrio Clinic in East Los Angeles. That was opened, that right there. In terms of, there aren't specific records, but that was at Cal State Los Angeles, looking into the records of Gloria Arellano, and they're all talking about it too on their oral histories. So that's the methodology that comes from, I believe, this immersion in Chicanx studies is to not give up, because it's not the obvious route to just finish a dissertation.
And similar to you, actually, because I think we study a lot of same records. I do use a lot of excavation. I really like Blackwell's mixing of the archive and the oral histories like a DJ, where she refers it to like that, spinning record like a DJ. That's something I'm trying to do with my dissertation. Really heavily. I'm really big on, oral histories as being a lot of, not in this room, I hope. People think that oral history is not history, and I'm like, it is history. Just because someone has a view of what happened and it's their lens, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. It's just the way that they view it, and you keep that in mind. And that's the way what I'm doing with mine. And I looked through the Comision's records too, not expecting to find much because I was using oral histories, and I found a letter from someone from the 1977 IWI conference to Sandra Serrano Sewell saying, you know what you did. This is all the letter says. She doesn't say what she did. You know what you did. You caused all these problems. You need to apologize. And so now I'm finding out, what did she do? What is the problem? So it just opens all of these doors, and if you keep yourself open to looking and being inquisitive and curious about things, you find a lot of things you don't. And I think that's really important too.
I'm going to ask Camila and Deanna a slightly different question, but similar.
What are some of the activities that you engage with outside of the classroom that help you connect, or I should say, where you connect the things that you're learning about, right? Like maybe what you've learned about in Dr. Gonzalez's class, or Deena, what you're learning in the different classes on immigration that you're taking, how you were saying, activism or action behind words. How do you all put your action into words? How do you put what you're learning into action outside of the classroom? And that could be in any way. Don't feel like it has to be like this, big, significant, thing.
So for me, I'm the president for the Association of Latin American Students here at Gonzaga. And our whole mission is basically to provide a welcoming and inclusive space for all Latinos to come, especially in a school that's a predominantly white institution, creating that space where they're able to feel like they have a part of their home or have a part of their family is very important for us. At our meetings, we usually sometimes, along with activities that are fun and social, we also try to create an academic experience where we kind of teach certain parts of our culture for people that might not be aware of it. So during Hispanic Heritage Month, we taught about different Latin American countries, but providing those opportunities are very important. Another big thing we do, I hope this doesn't sound like a plug, but we have a festival that we do every spring semester. If you guys are here, March 23rd, that's when we're having our festival. But it provides a space for us to showcase our culture to the Gonzaga community as well as the Spokane community, where they're able to try Latino foods or see performances or spoken word pieces by Latinos at the school and are able to share their experiences. And it's a way for us to basically show our culture, but also as a way to educate. Yeah.
So I come from a migrant working community, and they're mostly immigrants. So I feel like what I have learned in my classes helps me educate those around me and let them know, hey, you know that they're violating your rights, or this is not what they're supposed to be doing. And I feel like it's very important to let them know, because when they go to work, they stand against that, and they come together and say, we want to protest against this because what you guys are doing is not fair. You guys are not paying us what we're supposed to pay. For example, they cut the hours that migrant workers are going to work, so they don't want to pay them overtime. So any hours they work above 40, they have to pay them overtime. Now they want to keep them under 35 hours. And what they did, they protest to take away the overtime so they are allowed to work for over 40 hours. And I think that's not how they should be approaching that. If anything, they should be protesting so that they could pay them overtime. But since they're immigrants, they know that they can't really do a lot. And it's very sad to see that they have to protest to let them work 40 hours and to take away overtime instead of doing it the other way around. And I think what I'm learning in my classes is very important to those people in my community, because I can help inform them that that's not how it works and that they also have rights and they shouldn't stay quiet.
That's important. That's important work. And we're getting close to the end of our time. Thank you all for sharing your ideas. And I want to take the opportunity to ask the big question. Okay? Ready? All right. What advice would you give? And I've worded it here as younger students, but what I mean in terms of young here is students that are just starting out, students that are at a lower or an earlier phase, right? What advice would you give to a younger student?
So all I've heard for years and years is that college education experience should be something that's going to be a return on investment, that your parents all want you to get a job that's going to make a lot of money. But I am absolutely a believer in pursuing your passion, because education should not just be about job training. Education should be about creating you as a whole person. It should be about learning critical thinking skills, how to, analyze evidence. All these things that I promise you will get you jobs. Again, I used to be a hiring manager at an insurance company, and I always hired history majors because they were the people that knew how to write an email. They knew how to write a letter. They were the people who you can send in front of clients because they could present stuff. So I really do believe in pursuing your passion, and the rest will come.
That's what I tell my kids. Yeah, I have 3 kids. So that's what I tell my kids is that, follow your passion. Also, I had talked about before, just keeping your mind open when you research on a topic. What I started my dissertation idea, not what I'm writing now. I mean, it's the same. I'm writing about the Comisión, but in a different way. But I found something totally different when I went into the archive. And if you keep your mind open and be willing to look at things, you'll find something really interesting most of the time. Also, research what you like. Don't research something that's like, oh, this is a cool topic, I'm going to write about this thing, because you think it's neat, but you don't really love it, it's just a neat thing. You're going to get really bored, and you're going to want to stop halfway through, and you're going to not want to finish. So just make sure that it's what you're researching, it is your passion, it's something that you love and that you're interested in, and having a personal connection, I think, makes it even more.
I would definitely say to lean on the professors that truly want to help you, lean on family members or literally anyone that wants to help you, especially when it comes to research. For me, when I started doing my thesis, I was like, I have no formal education on where I'm studying. I haven't had professors that have taught me this, and I just felt like I was starting from ground zero. So I started talking to my sister because she went to USF and she actually took classes there about Chicana studies or Latina studies, and she was able to help me and provide me resources with like, you should read this book, you should read this book. I talked to Dr. González about my research, and I thought maybe, I was like, this isn't her area specifically, but immediately she was like, read this person, read this person, read this person. This is a perfect case you can use. And then Dr. Ras also did the exact same thing, and it made the process a whole lot easier, and it made it feel like I wasn't alone in writing this paper, and I think that's very important when doing big research projects like my thesis, and I want it to be something for my family, and I also want it for people to learn a lot, so I would say lean on people that you trust a lot.
Some advice I would give is to not be scared. Because I know coming into a university may be intimidating, especially if you're first generation. And you have to learn to be okay with putting yourself out there, getting outside your comfort zone. You have to challenge yourself. Because if you don't challenge yourself, you're never going to grow. And it's very important as to you personally and in your career, you have to be able to get out there. Don't be scared of being judged. You have to stay true to yourself. Don't care what other people think about you. Something else I would say is to pace yourself. I know we may like to get everything done, or we don't know how to keep a balance, but it's very important, especially when you're in a university, to keep a balance, because if not, you will burn out. And you also have to take everything step by step, because it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And you have to pace yourself the whole way.
Any last words you want to say? Not that you're going anywhere, but I mean, like, anything else that I didn't ask that you want to, I know any last words. Anything else you want to share before we run out of time here? No?
So I stood up, maybe I'll say why. Maybe we can go another 5 minutes if you're willing. We have a lot of students in the audience as well, so if they comments or questions, and I'll bring you the microphone. A lot of great questions, so if any of you have, any students would answer any of those questions with your own insights, we'd love to hear that, or questions for our panelists. Don't be scared.
Hi, Lorena Chambers, University of Michigan. Thank you, Yvette, for moderating this. This is really great. And I'm so thrilled to hear about all of your work. So I don't have questions. I just want to have share a little bit of advice. because that's what we do when we get older. And so I'm sorry, I can't read. For the graduate students, there are 2 new books. Chicana Liberation, Women in Mexican-American Politics in LA by Marisela Chavez, right? If you haven't already touched that. And then Lina Maria Murillo's Fighting for Control, Power, Reproductive Care, and Race in the U.S.-Mexico Borderlands. In addition, Gloria Molina, before she was a super woman in LA politics, so let me see here, the case was Madrigal versus Quilligan, and it's about sterilizations, if you haven't already touched on that. But those archival sources would be great. Not that you need to do more, right? But there it is. And then for Camila, would love to talk to you about graduate programs, and I love to recruit people to Ann Arbor. And for Diana, when I hear you speak, I want you to know about the CHCI organization in DC. It's a Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute. Don't be scared. Apply, move to DC, and change policy. Work with Congress and to try to change that potentially. So these are just a lot of options. But I just love hearing about the work that's coming up, and trust me, you have no idea, but the struggles of finishing a dissertation are real. Yes. So good luck, yes.
Also, Lorena, your colleague, Ruby Tapia, in Gender Women's Studies there at Michigan, she's just done the work on boxer fighting, and she's looking at family violence. So Ruby Tapia's work on that. And then Yvette Flores Ortiz, who's retiring from UC Davis. So we'll see Yvette in the memorial to Ada Sosa Rydell in late May. But Yvette Flores Ortiz, very interesting, identifies as Chicana. She's Panamanian and identifies as Chicana. And she's done an enormous amount of work on the Chicana families, and especially violence around one of the areas she studies deeply is alcoholism and sort of rebounding from that. And then finally, Josie Mendez Negrette's memoir of her family in Texas, right? San Jose, California, right? And I can't remember the title of Josie's book. Do you remember, Alicia? The which? Las Hijas de Juan is the one, yeah. And very, very powerful, detailed, private story that just moves you in all kinds of ways. Thank you, you all.
Thank you.
As I walk over here, I do want to say we all got a little glimpse of what Camila's saying. Lean on your professors, and they will say, read this, and read this, and read this, and read this.
Good afternoon. My name's Nick. I'm a freshman here at Gonzaga, and certainly as I enter sort of the history field, doing research for final projects, it can certainly at times, especially depending on what subject you're exploring, be very difficult to find different records, things like that. I think we've heard from all of you that certainly this field is underrepresented in many ways, and there's very little research as could be done. How do you hope that your work will play into that field and be able to provide that information for future historians and future just readers and people in general?
So I'm an archivist, actually, and I will say that if any of you students are doing research somewhere else, or even here, talk to your archivist first. Because sometimes the archivist will be like, oh yeah, I know I've been like, oh yeah, yes, I understand what you're researching, but also you're gonna want to do this and this and this and this, and you know, they pull out 10 other things you didn't think about. So talk to the archivist no matter what archive you visit, and always let them know kind of what you're doing. And also when you're researching, you might not always need to look at the exact, say you're looking for, I'm trying to think of an example. You look at other records you don't think you would need to look at. That's what I'm trying to say. Because you might find things in there, or sometimes it's what you don't see in there that gives you the information that you're looking for. And as far as my work goes, well, I hope after I graduate, and I do end up in an archive, I do hope that I can change the archive, the one I'm working at, the archival field, and it's starting to head that way, to not be so one-dimensional. That's what I'm going to use.
Yeah, I think too, also always talk, usually college and university libraries have, like if you're a history major, they are going to have a history specialist. So always talk to your librarians as well. Fortunately, we are a history specialist in our library at WSU Pullman is also a master's student. So therefore, she knows what to do, which is every year she says, hey, what are some books that you would like us to order? So that's definitely one way to make an imprint as well, by leaving that stuff behind. And I think, in terms of our work, our work builds upon others' work. And so, of course, we want to, leave something that other people can build upon in future generations. So I think that's important with the work that we're doing as well. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Okay, why don't we leave it there? Thank you for a great discussion, a great panel. A round of applause. We're just a little behind our schedule, which is great, but we'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break, so more sugar and caffeine, and then we'll finish with our third panel in a bit.
changing the color of your skin.
Maybe we should stop this on 5. Oh, and then she's going.
Okay, so welcome back. I'm handing off to Dr. Alicia Gaspar de Alba from UCLA, who's agreed to moderate this, our third panel.
Thank you so much for being here and joining us on this amazing day in which we're honoring the work and legacy of my very, very best of friends, Deena González. We have some wonderful stories to tell over here, and I'm going to be moderating the panel and introducing the other speakers, but if it's okay with everyone, in the closing, I'd like to share a poem and some closing remarks of my own. I'm also going to be standing in for Emma Perez because she couldn't join us due to weather issues, and therefore I will read her remarks as well. So let's go ahead and get started. I know that we're starting just a little bit late. Dr. Susan Johnson will be our first speaker. She holds the inaugural Harry Reid Endowed Chair for the History of the Intermountain West at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I'm going to read the bios for the benefit of the people who are watching us online because they don't have access to the program, so they don't really know much about our history unless they know us personally. A historian of Western North America and its borderlands, Johnson specializes in the study of gender, of race, ethnicity, and indigeneity, and of desire and embodiment. In 2021-22, Johnson was president of the Western History Association. She is the author of 2 prize-winning monographs, Writing Kit Carson, Fallen Heroes in a Changing West, winner of the 2021 Robert G. Athern Prize, and Roaring Camp, The Social World of the California Gold Rush, winner of the 2000 Bancroft Prize and the 2001 Turrentine Jackson Prize. So thank you, Susan, for joining us. Let me also introduce Yvette Saavedra. Dr. Saavedra is an associate professor in women's gender and sexuality studies at the University of Oregon, as you've heard. She specializes in 19th century U.S. history, specifically related to borderlands, California, and gender and sexuality. Her research involves the intersection of race, power, identity, colonialism, nationalism, gender, and sexuality. Recent works include Pasadena Before the Roses and Of Chicana Lesbian Terrorists and Lesberadas, Recuperating the Lesbian Queer Roots of Chicana Feminism, 1970 to 2000, which I'm really looking forward to reading if you'll send it to me. She is working on a book project titled Living La Mala Vida. Definitely want to be part of that. Transgressive Femininities, Morality and Nationalism in Mexican California, 1810 to 1850. Saavedra was recently awarded the 2023 Chicana Caucus Publication Recognition by the National Association for Chicano and Chicana Studies. And she is co-editor of Border Visions, a book series with the University of Arizona Press that she's going to talk about. Professor Emma Perez. Since 2017, Dr. Perez has been a research social scientist at the Southwest Studies Center at the University of Arizona, where she is also a professor in the Gender and Women's Studies Department. As a scholar, she specializes in Chicana history, feminist studies, queer history, and decolonial theory, and she's a crazy novelist as well. And I can call her that because I'm one too. Perez has published dozens of works of fiction and history. Her influential book, The Decolonial Imaginary, Writing Chicanas into History, published in 1999, recently updated as The Imaginary as Will to Feel, Beyond the Decolonial Turn in Chicanx Latinx Feminism, 2020, inspired a new understanding of Chicana historiography and knowledge production. Her novel, Forgetting the Alamo, or Blood Memory, published in 2009, won the National Association for Chicano Studies Book Award for Fiction and was a finalist for the Lambda Literary Awards. And my name is Alicia Gaspar de Alba. I am a professor of Chicano Studies, gender studies, and fiction. yeah, definitely, English at, at UCLA, where I chaired the Department of Chicano Studies between 2007 and 2010, and helped usher in our PhD in Chicano Studies, which I'm very proud of because we've just welcomed our 13th cohort of Chicano PhD students. Anybody looking for a PhD in Chicano Studies, think of applying to UCLA. I also chaired the LGBTQ Studies program for 6 years. Was trying to implement a PhD program in LGBTQ studies, but UCLA was not ready for that yet. I teach a variety of courses. I'm a cultural critic, interdisciplinary at heart. I'm also a writer, and I integrate writing and writing in the iVoice in all the work that I do, and that I try to teach my students to do, to try to recuperate the self that is doing the research and that is putting forth their views and their hard work. And I am also really looking forward to retiring in the next couple of years. That's the first time I make that public. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Susan?
Thank you. I may put this here because I'm not very coordinated.
You want to stand up at the podium? Or
No, as long as I don't have to. Okay, that's good. First, I just want to thank Gonzaga University for putting this on, and especially Deena for inviting me. It is truly an honor to have been invited. And we're supposed to be talking about the future of Chicano and Chicana studies, and I just want to say two things that aren't in my talk. And the first is relates to the last panel, and I think we just saw what the future is going to look like, and it looks pretty bright. So thank you to those students. And the second thing I want to say, just thinking about the makeup of this panel, is that the future looks pretty queer. So okay, so my prepared remarks. In 2002, the late Camille Deena González, then professor of Chicano Studies at the University of Wisconsin, wrote to Fernando Guerra at Loyola Marymount University about the career of Deena González. Camille was from Las Vegas, New Mexico, but she had kin ties to Santa Fe, so Deena's book, Refusing the Favor of the Spanish-Mexican Women of Santa Fe, resonated deeply. Camille's whole summation of it was graceful and incisive, but her final sentences are the ones that strike me most. Camille called Deena's book, and I quote, "a beautifully crafted, elegantly written, brilliantly analyzed social history of Spanish-Mexican women in Santa Fe, and much, much more. It's an examination of the colonialism that continues to dominate the lives of Chicanas and Chicanos and other people of color. It's a study of everyday acts of resistance that subvert and disrupt those colonial relations. And it's a history of the rise of a working class in the Southwest in the second half of the 19th century. Coming from a labor historian like Camille, this was the pinnacle of praise, because when colonialism and capitalism mate, working class people of color are often the progeny. Mm-hmm. Camille was my life partner for 23 years, and she was Deena's friend even longer. If she were alive today, Camille would be the one sitting here speaking to you. So as I thought about what I might say, I searched for guidance in words that Camille wrote about Deena. Those words sprang from a life that ended too soon, but they embody a set of hopes for the future of Chicano studies. A hope for reckoning with the colonial present informed by colonialism's past. A hope for recognition of the quotidian ways that the colonized untie colonial knots. A hope for restitution equal to the colonial loss that created a proletariat as it transformed a place from indigenous homeland to Mexican North to US Southwest. The words embody another kind of hope too, a hope for beauty, elegance, and brilliance, which together sustain the struggle. This is the hope that Camille Deena González gleaned from the work of Deena González. I've gleaned the same, but also something different.
Camille, like Deena, was a descendant of the women featured in Refusing the Favor. I'm not. I have more in common with the colonizing men whose favor Deena and Camille's ancestral female kin manipulated or refused. I might not be a merchant, but I did marry in. So what I've learned and what other outsiders can learn from Deena's work is both similar to what insiders learn and also quite distinct. As I put it in a book I wrote a few years back, in a sentence that very much evinces Deena's influence, what is due from each of us and to each of us is not the same, because our histories are not the same. The histories from which Deena descends are ones that she has illuminated throughout her career using various methodologies. I want to highlight just one of the ways she makes sense of the past, which is by telling tales of individual women as historical actors. Those individuals stand for larger histories, of course, but they also illustrate theoretical insights drawn from post-colonial studies, especially its feminist expressions in foundational texts by scholars like Chandra Mohanty and Trin Minh Ha. In addition, Deena's stories give the lie to the oft-repeated claim that some historical actors, generally women of colonized or otherwise subordinated groups, can't be studied because they left behind no paper trail. To my eye, Deena's is a methodology with legs that can take us forward into the future, especially when we think about teaching history to students who seem ever less well prepared for college, whether due to pandemic-era learning loss or because of the way states have invested in limiting what can be taught about race and gender and sexuality, even as they disinvest in real public education. I'll consider just 3 of the stories Deena tells about 18th and 19th century New Mexican women, starting with the prosperous Santa Fe couple who opened Refusing the Favor, Manuela Baca and Miguel Sena. I begin with them in part because they're likely distant relatives of Camille's working class grandchildren, and so point to that eventual proletarianization. But proletarianization was a long ways off in the 1830s, when both Manuela and Miguel actively traded with the Anglo merchants who sold calico cloth and metal hardware that arrived along the Santa Fe Trail, and with regional co-residents, Navajo and Pueblo peoples. Both Manuela and Miguel landed in court over their business, with Miguel and his male relatives doing most of the talking, denigrating the Anglo interlopers who spoke no Spanish, but keeping mum about their trade with native neighbors. Stories like this reveal a world where some Spanish-Mexican women enjoyed wealth and status, where they engaged in commerce, and where they used social hierarchies to their advantage by letting men defend their honor in court and by quietly participating in illicit trade with Navajo and Pueblo nations. A second story is one we've heard a lot about today. It features Latules, or Gertrudis Barceló, who lived at the same time as Manuela Baca, but found a different way to navigate the influx of newcomers to Santa Fe. Deena has probably written more words about Latules than any other Nueva Mexicana, for good reason, since Barceló has long captured outsider imagination, from the moralizing Anglos who denounced the saloon keeper during her lifetime, to her depiction in 1962 by Katie Jurado in the supposedly fact-based TV Western Death Valley Days. Deena unpacks such mainstream representations with aplomb, but she also relates Latules to insider struggles over the figure of La Malinche, the indigenous translator and consort of Cortez, whose ghost the Chicano movement deployed to discipline Chicanas and enlist them in a masculinist and heteronormative cultural nationalism. Deena's focus on representational matters doesn't supplant diligent research into the primary sources that reveal the contours of Barceló's actual life, from church and court records to traders' and soldiers' journals. In the end, Deena makes the argument that still informs my undergraduate lectures on 19th century New Mexico, and we've actually heard this quote once today. In giving herself to the conquest, but not the conquerors. Latules survived and succeeded. She drew betting clients to her saloon. They played and lost. She gambled and won. In the end, the saloon that attracted the conquerors released men who had been conquered. A final example of a life that Deena uses to illuminate both big picture history and complicated theory appears in her 2002 essay, Wanotia of Cochiti, Vecina, and Coyota. This gem of an article ought to be as widely reprinted as Deena's others because it's a veritable roadmap for how to do history, how to work from a single document, in this case a will, to illustrate the complexities of mestizaje in 18th century New Mexico, the relationship of mixed descent people to indigenous and Hispano communities, the active presence of women in court proceedings, the way gender attached itself not only to humans, but also to the land, the interweaving of devotional and legal language, the overtly social act of writing a will, even the value of paper and ink and the meaning of a burro, an axe, a saint, a candle, or a pot for chocolate. The will in question is that of a woman who lived outside Cochiti Pueblo, south of Santa Fe, and who was identified as Coyota, that is, of native and Spanish descent. But she was also called a vecina, literally a resident or a neighbor, indicating a cultural citizenship in the social structure of colonial New Mexico. Wanotia was property. She willed home and pasture, as well as animals and implements. And her house included adopted criados, likely servants, to whom she left livestock and furniture. Reading this extraordinary article made me happy that Deena is retiring, since she'll finally have time to birth her long gestating book on New Mexican women's wills. Because as much as the fields of history and Chicano studies have benefited from her tireless labor as instigator, organizer, intercessor, critic, teacher, editor, reviewer, advisor, consultant, mentor, and administrator, those same fields will benefit as well from more of Deena's long-form scholarship, a landmark book that will outlive us all. So where do we go from here? If we're wise, we go where Deena González tells us to go. And we hope that she accompanies us on our journey. We won't all follow the same road all the time. Indeed, we can't. Not all highways are freeways. And when outsiders are asked to turn back or take a detour or pay a toll, it's the least, the very least they or we can do. But we can all head in the same decolonizing, life-giving direction. In 1994, when Camille Deena González published her book, Mexican Workers and American Dreams, she paused in her acknowledgments to thank Deena in a way that she thanked no one else. Camille wrote, "Thank you, Deena, for the intellectual and emotional support you have given me over the years, and for the principled stands you've taken on issues central to our people, for your courage and for your sense of honor." That's an acknowledgement from one Nueva Mexicana to another. No one else could say it in quite the same way. But we can all express our gratitude to Deena by listening to her and taking forward what we've learned from her scholarship, her activism, and her generosity of spirit. A few minutes ago, I quoted a sentence from my own work that I attributed to Deena's influence, a sentence about what's due from and to each of us as differently positioned actors in a decolonizing world. I'll close by adding what comes before and after that sentence, because the fuller text offers insight into a future that follows Deena's lead. In that future, we walk alongside one another, for as long as we stride on this earth. What is due from each of us and to each of us is not the same, because our histories are not the same. And so, with each step, we listen.
Emma is very sorry she couldn't be here with us, and especially as she sits on her patio looking at her saguaro cactus afternoon sunset. She wishes she were here. Regarding Deena González, The Decade of New Beginnings by Emma Perez. The year, 1982, the month, March. The first Chicana Mexicana History Conference is held at UCLA. My mentor, Juan Gómez Quiñones, and anthropology graduate student Adelaida del Castillo organized the momentous event. For the first time, Chicanas, most of whom are graduate students, gather to present work, to network, and to discuss the real matter at hand. At that moment, only 2 Chicanas have PhDs in history in the whole of the universe. The goal, to raise those numbers in the late 20th century. One of those memorable graduate students studying at UC Berkeley's premier history department is Deena González. I'm a graduate student at UCLA. Remember, I'm Emma Perez. Others in attendance, Antonia Castañeda, Ramon Gutierrez, in fact, Ramon told us about it in his presentation, Cynthia Orozco, and Sherlyn Soto, to name a few. And I'm inordinately impressed with a lovely, brilliant scholar of the 19th century whose training is in the academy that bore the Spanish borderland school of Hubert Howe Bancroft and Herbert Eugene Bolton. Deena was filled with ancestral stories as well as grad school escapades, and the one I relished concerned an office visit with a professor of history at Berkeley, the Winthrop D. Jordan, who wrote the renowned study on the origins of racism titled The White Man's Burden. When this young grad student from New Mexico informed him that her ancestors had been on their land for 12 centuries, he dropped his pipe. He himself was of Puritan descent, those who celebrate themselves as the initial settlers of the United States colonies. When I heard that account, I immediately knew we would become close friends and that she would be instrumental in my own development as a Chicana historian. A few weeks later, 1982, the National Association of Chicano Studies, NACS, N-A-C-S, before Chicana was placed in the title, is held in Tempe, Arizona. The association is still small enough that the meetings take place at the Howard Johnson Motel Hotel. Deena, with a group of graduate students from Berkeley, organized a panel, Mujeres en Marcha, with a detailed design that they needed to contest the masculinist, misogynist studies and behavior of many of our male colleagues in the academic organization, which was already a decade old in 1982. Some of the men, professors from Berkeley, responded to the name Mujeres Marchando, or en Marcha, by pointing out that the men were hombres corriendo, men running. The panel shook things up, but it would still take 15 years before NACS, N-A-C-S, became NACS, N-A-C-C-S, or the National Association of Chicana and Chicano Studies. Prior to the Tempe conference, Deena had already organized a panel on LGBT rights and experiences with a friend, a law student at Hastings in San Francisco. They were placed with a well-known homophobe who was alarmed he was on the panel, despite the fact that his own research was on masculinity. Keep in mind that in the 1980s, there were no such fields as queer theory or gender women's studies, meaning that researchers didn't think of topics like masculinity within the realm of queerness. Those studies emerged in the 1990s and after. At the Tempe, Arizona NACS in 1982, I remember an evening when stellar Chicano and Chicana scholars walked together through a parking lot on our way to a party held at the Mujeres en Marcha hotel room in the Howard Johnsons. The late Beatriz Pesquera and Elisa Facio were there, as was Gloria Cuadras, Teresa Cordova, and Deena, of course, was at the center of Mujeres. At least I saw her that way, but so did many others who saw her leadership skills. These women would become powerhouses in Chicana studies. The dance on Saturday night at Knox was always a big pachanga that ended the conference proceedings. Again, here we are still, 1982, when Deena and I got up to slow dance. The dance floor parted like the brown sea, which would now and forever be tainted with lavender, with mariconas y jotos after that slow dance. All I remember was hearing in my head, "Another Love TKO" by Teddy Pendergrass. Was this the beginning of another era at Knox? Feminism, LGBT rights had infiltrated. Chicana feminists and queers were ready to take us into a more egalitarian future. What I'm saying is that Deena at the Tempe Knox was already an interventionist and practicing intersectional politics, as well as what Chela Sandoval would name later differential movidas, moving through various political spaces to fortify necessary changes. That was Deena González at the age of 29. The year, still 1982, MALCS, Mujeres Activas en Letras y Cambio Social, held its inaugural meeting at UC Davis, where Ada Sosa Rydell gathered Chicanas Mexicanas. A year later, at UC Berkeley, the MALCS Declaration was written with Antonia Castañeda and Deena as key authors. It was a group effort with ongoing discussions on what the declaration should feature. Deena pushed race, Antonia wanted class to be in the writing, and I, of course, pressed for gender sexuality to be included. At that summit, Deena and I were the only lesbians, queer women, and while most were welcoming, there was still an era of indifference toward LGBT issues. At the core of MALCS, Deena, Antonia, and Ada promoted a summer research institute, which began in 1986. And by 1991, the kernel of what we now know as the Journal of Chicana Latina Studies was initially formulated as Trabajos Monográficos, or a working paper series. 1984, Pomona College, the dissertation years, and the materialization of her groundbreaking book, Refusing the Favor. I joined her in the archives in Santa Fe once or twice and reveled in the gems she uncovered about the infamous 19th century Nuevo Mexicana Juana Lopez, who was married to Juan Escobi, a white Irish man, also married in, named John Scully, whose name was Hispanicized. He reported to the court magistrate, "In my very house, I have heard said adulterers knock on the window when they want my wife to go out." The judge repeated to the court and to the white husband the very words Juana had uttered to him, which were, "It was her ass, she controlled it, and she would give it to whomever she wanted." I can never hear that quote enough, and teaching the 19th century archival anecdote in Refusing the Favor consistently shows students the value of pre-20th century documents. In these pages, we find the defiant women in Deena's archive, always defiant, transgressive warrior women. The year, 1990, Albuquerque Knox, all hell breaks loose. The rise of the lesbian caucus and the subsequent Joto caucus organized by the gay guys. Gloria Anzaldúa is in attendance for the first time since 1983, when the Knox folks in Ypsilanti tossed her out because of her queer, lesbian, maricona positionality. Deena, along with Rosalía Solórzano, Francisca James Hernandez, Sandra Soto, Deb Vargas, Yolanda Redder, myself, and others, including allies, all advocated for the lesbian caucus, which was finally approved by the Knox membership. Unfortunately, anti-feminist and homophobic lambasting would follow us for the next decade. What I've been showing with these 1980s examples and the culminating one in the 1990 Knox conference is the manner in which this early decade formed what we would become as Chicana ex-historians in the present and into the future. A groundwork, a foundation was laid for future Chicana OX historians. When we ask, how do we as historians who are immersed in the past to explain the present attempt to prophesy about the future, we can look back at this instigating, formulating decade. For Deena González, her research in the 1980s took her to the past, the 19th century, which has ongoing imprints upon the present. All we have to do is remember the quote by Juana Lopez, who proclaimed that what should have been obvious, and yet the current Supreme Court and conservative mouthpieces still can't believe a simple premise, that like Juana Lopez, women own their own bodies. Here we are in the 21st century, and women must still fight for the most basic, obvious right. The past imprints the present, setting the stage for the future that our students will inherit. Let me leave you with a final image. In 1982, Deena showed me stationery, a friend had made for her. Yes, we wrote letters with pen and ink and stationery in the 20th century. The images of a cowgirl on a horse speeding forward while she gazed back behind her. That image stayed with me. It conjures that moment of looking back as we sail into an unknown future, imprinted with the organizations, the activism, the writings that would transform the future generations. We can brag that in the 21st century, there are finally 100 or more Chicana historians. We owe much of those growing numbers to Dr. Deena González, one of the first of many more to come. Thank you. Thanks, Emma.
Stand or mic? There we go.
Whatever you want.
All right. So I'm going to try to get through this without shedding a tear. Pero yeah, you're right. It's going to happen. So get ready to run the Kleenex up here. Not right at the beginning, but closer to the end. Okay. So today, as we honor Dr. Deena González, her work and its impact, I think about José Esteban Muñoz's framing of queer potentiality and the concrete possibility for another world. In his Cruising Utopia, Muñoz contends that queerness can be distilled from the past and used to imagine a future. He saw queerness as a structuring and educated mode of desiring that allows us to see and feel beyond the present. Reflecting on the future of Chicana, Chicano, and Chicanx history, as well as the history of Chicanx peoples in the American West, it is quite clear that Dr. González's work has been foundational to helping scholars conceptualize a queer future by examining the past. Dating back to some of her earlier works, such as Malinche as a Lesbian in 1992, González challenged the heterosexism in Chicano culture, Chicano feminism, and Chicano studies through an insightful examination of Malintzin Nepal. Presented as a plenary address at the 1992 National Association for Chicano Studies Conference, González compared La Malinche to present-day lesbians. Although she did not contend that Malinche was sexually a lesbian, she paralleled Malinche and lesbi-queer feminist by articulating a queer historical continuum that disrupted the masculinist socio-sexual dynamics that vilified them as cultural traitors and bad women in their respective cultural contexts. Rooted in Chicana lesbian feminist thinking, González sought to get people to examine how perspectives, including heterosexist language, asserted itself, and how sometimes women reinforced this through patriarchal enactments that erased women-centered, lesbian-identified voices. She challenged that homophobia she challenged the homophobia that feared and trivialized Chicana lesbian perspectives because it was different and misunderstood. Reflective of Anzaldua's Nepantla mindset, a transformative space that eliminates polarity thinking and facilitates our ability to look at the world with new eyes, González spoke of a future that rejected fear and embraced change on intellectual, cultural, and personal levels. Like Anzaldua's urging for people to, quote, listen to what your joteria queer community is saying, González challenged people to envision an imaginary where queer people were valued as part of the community and for their impact on the discipline. Despite being called or labeled a lesbian terrorist because of her very open critiques of heterosexism and homophobia in Chicana spaces, including MALCS, the first ever feminist academic organization for Chicana and indigenous scholars that González helped establish in the early 1980s, she remained outspoken and unapologetically queer. I hadn't imagined how hard it was going to be to read this in front of you. I'm like, oh my gosh. As one of the first Chicanas to receive a PhD in history, Deena's analysis of Chicana, Mexicana, and indigenous women through a lesbi-queer analytical lens expanded the fields of Chicano history, U.S. West and borderlands history. Specifically through her methodology of excavation, recuperation, and retelling, González locates and centers marginalized voices and disrupts white supremacist and heteronormative narratives of conquest and colonization. Reading González's work as a Chicana, lesbi, queer feminist, or as Sandy Soto states, reading Chicana like a queer, I see Deena's queer rethinking of the past and her allusion to the potential for a queer future in all of her work. In conversation with and developing alongside Chicana historians and theorists such as Antonia Castañeda, Emma Perez, Gloria Anzaldúa, Chela Sandoval, Alicia Gaspar de Alba, among others, She grapples with the role that colonial ideologies and power play in creating women's identities, defining the past, and by extension, creating our future. In line with the Chicana, lesbian, queer, and queer of color thinking, González defines and examines queerness in relation to ideologies of power. I see this approach reflected in works such as Lupe's song on the origin of Mexican women hating in the United States from 2001. In this work, Deena identifies the 19th century American conquest of the Southwest and its imposition of white supremacist heteronormativity as the origin of the delegitimizing and devaluation of Chicana, Mexicana, and women of color's gender and sexuality. Centering this formative colonial moment, she connects the past, the colonial legacy of racialized misogyny, to the present through her analysis of a misogynist and racist fraternity song describing the sexual violence against a Mexican Lupe, the media misrepresentations of Lorena Bobbitt, and the delegitimizing of Anita Hill's testimony in the Clarence Thomas hearings. In this work, I see González engage queerness by disrupting the power and narratives of white supremacist heteronormativity. By calling out the colonial legacies of misogyny and the normalizing of the hypersexualization and sexual violence, both discursive and physical, against Chicanas, Mexicanas, and women of color, González created a queer space that rearranges the historical record and makes it less silent. This space, in turn, represents a potential for a queer future where Chicanas, Mexicanas, and women of color can be seen and heard. González's push against the heteronormative framings of history and her centering the lives of women like Gertrudis Barcelo, who lived on their own terms, reflects her desire to write histories that reclaim, rename, and empower groups whose lives and experiences are often omitted from history. As she states in her recent 2023 biographical essay, From Hispana to Chicana, Lesbian to Queer, or Torno Atrás, recovering and uncovering queer presence or figures, captives and poor or enslaved people, women and members of non-mainstream religions, is a central goal of Chicano, Chicana, Chicanx studies. Reframing the Spanish racialized casta term torno atrás, or moving backwards, González reflects on her scholarship, academic career, and personal development to show how they are all rooted in and shaped by her own complex racial, gendered, and sexual identities. Reframing this casta label, used to indicate a racial regression or move backwards due to racial mixing, González theorizes it as a space through which to engage multiple subjectivities. Specifically, she thinks of torno atrás as a means of recognizing the complexities that result from the blurring of racial, ethnic, cultural, and sexual boundaries. For me, her conceptualization of torno atrás as a methodology for thinking through and beyond fixed identities and, quote, turning forward and toward a future that is proud of the complexities of identity, articulates a queer potential and queer world making, a thread that runs through her vast body of scholarship. González's approach to Chicana and Chicano history and the history of the U.S. West, specifically in her analysis of women's various methods of negotiating and contesting colonialisms, gendered and sexual impositions, fueled works that continue to reclaim, recover, rename, and empower the histories of gender and sexual minorities, moving us toward the queer future by examining and retelling the past. For instance, in L. Heidenreich's insightful and thought-provoking book, Nepantla Squared from 2020, they center the lives of trans and gender nonconforming persons whose existence are erased by binaries of identity. By excavating the hybrid elements of trans and gender nonconforming people's lives and worlds, Heidenreich shows how these embodied experiences illustrate the varied realities and violent consequences of inhabiting the in-between spaces created by global shifts, giving us a deep and useful understanding both of how gender is constructed and contained. Expanding the parameters of history by engaging in a queer analysis of an often heteronormative past, Heidenreich moves us closer to queering the histories of Chicanx people. Additionally, in my own research on 19th century Mexican California, tentatively titled Living la Mala Vida, I build on Deena's work centering women's voices within colonialism by examining the lives of women designated with the MV for Mala Vida, or bad life, a label given to women believed to have transgressed California's sociocultural constructs of gender and sexual propriety. Reading these so-called bad women and their actions as queer interventions to gender and sexual normativity, I theorize and reframe the MV as a proto-feminist space that, instead of stigmatizing women for alleged bad behavior, allowed them to create what I term a transgressive femininity, a femininity that challenged heteronormative expectations of gender and sexuality and unsettled California patriarchy by reframing and reshaping gender norms through discursive and embodied acts of resistance. In Nepantla Squared and Living La Mala Vida, we see the engagement with queer potentiality that González calls for, allowing us to see queerness existed in the midst of colonial power. And this is a trend that I see continuing in Chicanx scholarship. And so I'm going to go a little off script here because I hadn't written anything about border visions, but I'm going to just briefly talk about border visions. Border Visions is a book series that I co-edit with my colleague at Arizona State University, Vanessa Fonseca Chavez. And so in this book series, as you all were describing Chicana Matters earlier today, I was thinking about the conversations that Vanessa and I would have when we first started talking about developing a book series. And we're like, oh, it could be like the Chicana Identities or Chicana Matters series. And, but I didn't realize how much it was like it, mainly because one of the things that Vanessa and I aim to do with this book series is to create an expansive body of research on borderlands, most definitely representative of Chicano borderlands, but not exclusively. But we're doing it to give opportunity to up-and-coming scholars. And so the same way that I think, Elle, you described the Chicana Matters series as like creating opportunity for assistant professors to go up for tenure, that's one of the things that Vanessa and I really think, we talked about at the heart of our series. And so if you have a book that you're writing and it fits within a Borderlands framework, look me up. But thank you for thinking about that. I'm honored to think that you all are looking at that series in the same kind of caliber as Chicana Matters. So thank you very much. Now this is the part where I cry, okay? Hope I don't ugly cry. So thinking about queer potentiality and queer possibility, I can't help but remember the past. I met Deena González in 1998. I can't look at you. When I, a Chicana baby dyke, wearing a punk rock t-shirt, walked into my first ever Chicana history course on a Tuesday afternoon. And it was important because I remembered it was a Tuesday. Profesora González was amazing. I went back to my Chicana friends raving about how awesome she was. And one of them mentioned to me, she's a lesbian, right? To which I responded, that makes her even cooler. Here was Dr. González, a Chicana lesbian historian. For the first time, I saw myself mirrored back in the classroom, and it was wonderful. From that point on, I took as many classes as I could with her, and I can honestly say I never missed one meeting. I had perfect attendance in all of your classes. Just saying. She became a mentor and a cherished friend who guided and supported me throughout my graduate work. Well, I got through undergrad because of her too, but through my graduate work, as well as my professional and personal growth. I share this story with you to not only honor Deena as a teacher, mentor, colleague, and friend, but to also show how that in being herself, an awesome, confident, and unapologetically queer Chicana professor, which you were unapologetically queer. I loved it. That's what made you so awesome. She was making a queer world possible for students like me who didn't see the possibility and viability of that future. Throughout her career, her scholarship, and her activism, Dr. González has been central to queer world making and has helped us all to look at what came before as a means to uncover and recover marginalized histories that allow us to move forward and create queer joy. So thank you.
We did it.
I'm crying inside though.
I didn't see a tear yet.
I will. It's here. Zoom in.
Okay. I'm up here because I'm going to eventually show a photo essay and have to hook up my computer to the machine. So I won't do that quite yet, but first, because I have to use the same machine for everything here. The title of these remarks and the title of the poem is How Not to Avoid Falling in Love with Your Professor. Reflections on Deena González. I figured I'd end off with something really, juicy. How not to fall in love became how it originally was called How to Avoid It, and then I realized after my remarks, no, the title is How Not to Avoid It. First off, don't do it. If you can avoid stepping into that black hole, that swirling anomaly that suddenly opens up between a Monday and a Tuesday, by all means jump. Not jump into the abyss, jump to the other side, the soft bank of another normal day, where you open your eyes on your own side of the bed, kiss your lover good morning, and get up with a lust for coffee and theory. This is by far the safest choice. But if you're anything like I was at 33, a little old for a graduate student, you might be thinking, with a real knack for trouble and a talent for making things up, while balanced in thin air, epitome of the fool, I guess, you'd have no other choice, really, but to swallow that red pill, follow the rabbit down that steep, dark, damp chasm where everything, and I do mean every single thing that you thought was tied down, nailed down, glued down, finds wings and starts flapping to life all around you, like an invasion of doves on St. Mark's Square, showing you a hunger for size, doubts, dreams, and drama. If you happen to be walking by her office one day, meandering to your Chicana feminisms class, a privileged member of the ovarium, as she calls the laboratory of third world feminist transformation she has brought to the dancing ground of the sun, don't do it. Don't turn sideways. Don't peek into her office. And definitely do not stop at the doorway, arrested by that private moment of a femme applying her lipstick. In one fluid movement, etching the perfect M of the upper lip, the crescent of the bottom lip, rubbing both lips together to even out the color, no need for mirrors or tissues. That deep gulp of yours, standing there witnessing femme power, that's your life as you know it. But there's still time to get away. Whatever you do, don't lean against the door jamb. Cock your head back and flirt. Stop, I mean it. Don't say a word. Step away from the doorway before it's too late. It's been a while since I saw a woman putting on lipstick, your butch self says suavely, sinking hands into pockets. As if she has heard these words before, as if it's a conversation she's been in the middle of for years, as if she's been expecting you to walk by and read the writing on the wall. She stows her compact in her leather Gucci purse and says, "You've been deprived." That moment describes a true story. The moment I, a PhD student in American Studies at the University of New Mexico in 1991, 7 years later, she was not available. When I really saw Deena, not only as the inspiring professor who was blowing my mind in her Chicana feminism's ovarium, as she called our graduate seminar, with her analysis of patriarchy, white supremacy, indigenous oppression, and misogyny against Mexican women, but I also saw her as the Chicana lesbian historical materialist who was going to change my life. To say that I had fallen in love with Deena would have been both an under and an overstatement. Yes, I was in love with her brilliance, her New Mexican down-to-earthness, and her conviction that we each had the power to use our scholarship to change the world. In fact, I asked her to be on my dissertation committee, to which she kindly agreed. But at first, I didn't know she was a lesbian. I kid you not. Maybe my gaydar was glitching. And I made it a policy not to fall in love with straight women. Plus, I was already in a monogamous relationship with an Argentinian woman. I do remember going home to tell my lover that this straight professor, this Deena González, was always preaching about lesbianism, and that everything we read seemed to be written by and about lesbians. She seemed particularly fond of the writing of one Emma Perez, especially that piece of hers in the new anthology, Chicana Lesbians, The Girls Our Mothers Warned Us About, that we were using as one of our course texts. In our class discussion, I critiqued that piece heavily because of its persistent use of white male theorists, French men at that, and its heteronormative metaphor at the beginning of the piece. One of my classmates kept nudging me to shut up, but I was on a roll, and I wanted to impress the teacher with my deconstructive skills. Finally, my classmate stared at me like I was the densest person she'd ever met and whispered, "Don't you know Deena and Emma have been together for years?" Together? I said, incredulously. My friend rolled her eyes at me. Yikes. The next thing I remember about the ovarium was how we had to sign up for meetings with Profe González. She had a sign-up sheet taped to her door, and if we wanted to meet with her during office hours, we'd sign our names to an available slot. I'd never seen that done before. It seemed a little pretentious to me, but then maybe I'd never had a Virgo professor before either. Anyway, in one of those meetings, I told her about my final presentation project, which was based on the research I'd been doing on Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz for a novel I'd been working on for 5 years. I was a poet and a novelist by preference and a graduate student by necessity, and I wanted to do a creative presentation using some of my own research combined with the readings we were doing in the class. I wanted to interview Sor Juana. I told Profe González, asking her questions taken from our feminist theory readings, which the 17th century nun would answer with her own writings. Unbeknownst to anyone at the time, including herself, Profe González was a closeted novelist, and she gave me leeway to create this imaginary interview and present it to the class. My classmates were enthralled, La Profe was impressed, and now that I knew she was a lesbian, I was in trouble. Well, we did fall in love, and we decided to be completely transparent about it and tell the chairs of our respective departments as well as the dean. We had to find another professor to grade my final work in the class, and I had to take Deena off my dissertation committee, and I couldn't take any more classes with her, sadly. We also shared the news with the other students in the ovarium. They were so happy for us. Somehow they understood we were good for each other. It wasn't all roses, of course. When I told my lover, an Argentinian scandal erupted that divided my community of friends. And when Deena told Emma Perez, well, you can imagine. I was persona non grata for a while, even though now Emma and I are best buds. That's how it is in the Chicanx queer community. There are too few of us to remain mad at each other for too long. Other than that, life flowed around us at UNM. I completed my coursework, finalized the subject of my dissertation, wrote my proposal, and passed my quals. Deena and I got married, not legally, of course, in her backyard, and that was the following spring. And by then, she had decided she was going to return to Pomona College rather than stay at UNM. On my end, I had gotten the Chicana dissertation fellowship at UC Santa Barbara, so we were both going to be in Southern California. Very convenient to a married couple. Deena and I stayed together for 11 years. And in that time, she taught me everything I know about the academy, especially about navigating the vagaries of male entitlement and homophobia. As she says in her 2023 essay, From Hispana to Chicana, Lesbian to Torna Atrás, published in the special Queer Corazón issue of Camino Real, a Spain-based journal of US Hispanidades, let no one misguide you or mislead you. Academic life is intensely political, horrifically unwelcoming, always critical of everything having to do with you, the person, the human being, or the scholar activist especially. There is doubt, envy, hate, sarcasm, and relegation heaped on every idea, comment, or written or performed word. And as we've all heard, she's talking from experience. She taught me how to negotiate for a better salary and better perks when interviewing for a tenure-track position, how to stand my ground in an argument with a department chair, how to dress professionally, how to write bold personal statements for my personnel cases and deal with students who wanted to undermine my authority, how to withstand attacks from within our own academic familia, as she writes in Speaking Secrets, Living Chicana Theory, when she narrates the story of the initial denial of her tenure at Pomona College based on malicious remarks made by male Chicano studies colleagues about her use of sources in her scholarship. It's important to address these types of remarks immediately, she writes, quote, because what circulates as fact is frequently based on erroneous information that works its way into decisions that affect people's lives. Fellowship applications, research allowances, job interviews, not to mention, as in her case, promotions and tenure decisions. Indeed, Deena's activist scholarship is based on a lifetime of experiencing and witnessing such struggles, her own and that of other Chicana lesbian colleagues, not all of whom have survived and flourished, as she has and as many of us have. In short, because I was lucky enough to have Deena at my side, guiding me with her example and her generous advice, I became the fearless academic I am today and was able to weather my own battle with the demons of misrepresentation. For that, Deena, for teaching me everything I know, I will always be indebted to you. Today, 20 plus years after we went our separate ways, Deena continues to be my familia. She is godmother to my little girl and spoils her horribly at Christmas. And together with Emma Perez, Eli Hernandez, and Alma Lopez, we formed the inner circle of our spiritual and political sisterhood. I couldn't be prouder and happier for you, for your accomplishments and your legacy, Deena. Thank you for everything you did for me personally and for all your legions of students. In the Facebook post, Jennifer Guglielmo, a fellow student of the 1991 Oberia at UNM, wrote, Deena taught me so much about how to tell invisible histories and how to enter into an often alienating academic space with power, integrity, and courage. Thank you for the work you did to revolutionize the fields of Chicana, Chicano studies, history, feminist and gender studies, and queer studies. And thanks as well to all the universities who had the foresight to hire you as a visionary leader and a life-changing administrator. This conference, to honor our amazing friend, sister, prima, and colleague, is very much in sync with Deena's philosophy, which she articulates in every aspect of her life and says it best in her Torna Atrás essay. For me, to turn back means to look at what came before you, recover and uncover your history, write and rewrite your own, your family's, and your culture's stories. We are in the thick of a march that will not stop. To ignore the past is impossible, and so I chose to study it and help create a field, Chicana Studies. To it I bring and brought the intellectual energy and commitment such a history grounded in difference demands. Searching for truth or truths is a basic desire in this new field of study, but equally engaging critically with invisibility and restoring women to the historical record has been a goal. If there is any stepping backward, it is to rectify historical absence and to challenge the idea of a singular or unified historical legacy. May your words and wisdom always resonate with us, Deena. And now that you're retiring, I know they want you to finish the Wills book, but can you please get back to that novel you've been writing on Latules for 100 years? Enhorabuena, Ms. D. You deserve this and so much more. Thank you. And let me see if I can be indulged for 5 more minutes so we can look at some of these pictures. Is it on? I didn't see it come on here. Oh, it's coming on. It's warming up.
You want to see the pictures from UNM?
Sadly, I don't have those. But she has them somewhere.
Emma.
This is Deena and Emma. Not when they were together. Now when they're best pals. And this is me and Emma being best buds.
That's in your house.
That's in my house, yes. Deena was one of the madrinas in my wedding with Alma Lopez. We celebrate lots of birthdays together.
85. Hold on.
Hopefully we'll all be around to celebrate 85.
Yeah, really. Oh.
This is a little boy that Alma and I were fostering, Tristan.
He now must be, what, 10, 11?
He's 10. I think you're celebrating your new car here.
When I got that Volvo? Really?
Yeah, you got the Volvo.
Wow, that was 2009.
One of the many barbecues at in Dina's backyard. There's our little girl. She's much older now. This is you saying goodbye to Blériot when you sold Blériot.
Leaving Los Angeles.
Yep, leaving Los Angeles to go to New Mexico. This is a beautiful photo of you and Ellie.
That was in the Blériot house.
Yeah, in the Blériot house with your doggy.
So, yeah.
Oh, yeah? Just one of the many brunches that we have together when Emma comes to visit. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's such a beautiful note to end on. I want to offer you the opportunity to say something quick. I know you were going to say much more in a little bit, so if you want to just wait?
Yeah.
Okay. So then I want to thank all of you for coming to our symposium this afternoon. Such an amazing experience from my perspective, and I'm sure all of you share that as well. Some of you were hosting for dinner. We're on a little bit of a tight schedule because we want to be back here 7 o'clock, a little before 7 o'clock, for Dr. González's talk. So if we're hosting for dinner, you can start to head up. If you are also staying, hopefully you'll be able to come join us again at 7 p.m. And the program has some local dinner options as well. So thank you again. Look forward to seeing you in a little bit.
143. That sounds like a lucky one. Thank goodness for people like you.
So amazing. Well, I am hoping that I will get through this on time, but it's like, I just feel badly about not, yeah, that's the last page, about not sticking to time or moving quickly, you know, moving enough, rapidly enough. Okay, and I can just leave this here, and then
That is. Did you say I want to see it? Just like.
That's, no, the little girl is my dad's cousin. That's the baby. The youngest. And she died. The one is her. How are you? Good to
Why? Haskalau, Isquis Lori Arnold, Kin Sinaiks Colville Confederated Tribes, Kin Il Mihum Old Native American Studies at Gonzaga, and I'm also a professor of history here at Gonzaga. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to those of you joining us for the first time today. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much. It's been a beautiful, wonderful day of memories and scholarship and discussion, and I know that the best is yet to come. This is, as you may know, the Gonzaga History Department's annual William L. Davis S.J. Lecture. This lecture has for more than 50 years featured world-renowned scholars and intellectuals. Their timely and thought-provoking contributions have enriched the intellectual life of our campus and the greater Spokane community. This important work has been made possible through a generous gift from Edgar and Zita Berners, given in 1971 to memorialize the career of Father William L. Davis. Father Davis, Zena Berners' brother, taught history at Gonzaga for 40 years, beginning in 1931. The lecture series was inaugurated by Arthur Schlesinger Jr., the winner of 2 Pulitzer Prizes, who spoke on a theory of intellectual history. His lecture was published by the Gonzaga University Press and is available at the Foley Library for those who definitely want to learn more. Most recently, scholars have told histories of Washington state veterans, US immigration policies, urban redlining, the Afghanistan war, civil rights activism, and our shared national narrative. This year, Gonzaga's very own Dr. Deena González will continue the Davis Lecture tradition as she speaks to her work doing Chicana history. Dr. Ray Rast will now introduce Dr. González. Dr. Rast is an associate professor of history, a specialist in Latinx history and historic preservation, and he's the incoming chair of our history department. Thank you, Dr. Rast.
Thank you, Lori. Good evening, everyone. It's great to see so many now familiar faces, and it's also great to see a lot of new people joining us for this evening's talk. As Lori said, I'm Ray Rast, Associate Professor of History here at Gonzaga, and as I'm now often reminded, Chair-elect of the History Department, June 1st, when that term starts. I am going to introduce our esteemed Davis lecturer, but first I'd like to take a few minutes to recap this afternoon's symposium and to thank our speakers. I do want to say at the outset that I could not be happier with how well that afternoon went. We had high hopes and they were fulfilled. The symposium began with a look back at the past of Chicanic studies. So I want to thank Dr. Fernando Guerra from Loyola Marymount University for moderating a panel that featured Dr. Ramon Gutierrez from University of Chicago, Dr. L. Heidenreich from Washington State University, and our own Dr. Deena González, as well as some written comments from Dr. Antonia Castañeda. Then we enjoyed a discussion among students talking about the present of Chicanic studies. We're grateful to Dr. Yvette Saavedra from the University of Oregon for moderating a wonderful discussion, and to Samantha Edgerton and Jennifer Moran from Washington State University, to Diana Ramos Sanchez from Eastern Washington University, and Camila Lanza from Gonzaga for sharing their insights and their experiences and their perspectives. Finally, we considered the future of Chicanic studies with Dr. Alicia Gaspar de Alba from UCLA, moderating a panel that featured Dr. Saavedra doing double duty, as well as Dr. Susan Johnson from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and comments from Dr. Emma Perez from the University of Arizona. Please, everyone, join me in another round of applause for our afternoon speakers. I also do want to say a quick thank you to my colleagues Ann Ossendorf and Karen Goller-Bloom for helping make this afternoon's symposium such a success. I'm going to give a little bit of a brief formal introduction for Deena here in a second, but my reflections on this afternoon, which are still kind of spinning in my head a bit, I thought connect well to our mission at Gonzaga, which emphasizes that we treat students as whole persons. And I thought all of the wonderful stories and memories and expressions of gratitude that we heard this afternoon were a phenomenal reminder that all of us are whole persons, and we have dimensions that in some cases we interact with each other and we don't know about. And that goes for professors, and that goes for colleagues, and that goes for administrators and former administrators. So I really appreciated everything that we heard today. Of course, Dr. L. Heidenreich gave a wonderful introduction to Deena this afternoon, and there's no way I'm going to match that. But because I love the 2 years that I spent myself in New Mexico earning my master's degree, I want to begin by noting that Deena was born in Hatch, New Mexico, into a family that traces its regional roots back 14 generations, and then at least 2 more generations to the family as well. After finishing her bachelor's degree at New Mexico State University, Deena went to UC Berkeley for her master's degree, and then her PhD in history, which she finished in 1985. Dr. González has held faculty positions at Pomona College and at Loyola Marymount University, and she served as Associate Provost for Faculty Affairs at LMU before coming to Gonzaga in 2019 to serve as our Provost and Senior Vice President of Academic Affairs. For the past 2 years, she served Gonzaga as a Senior University Fellow and as a Professor of History. Dr. González is the author of numerous publications. I won't say countless, but it's a lot. I think it's well over 50. Among the most influential are her articles, Malinche as Lesbian, A Reconfiguration of 500 Years of Resistance, and Gender on the Borderlands, Retextualizing the Classics, as well as her influential book, Refusing the Favor, The Spanish-Mexican Women of Santa Fe, 1820 to 1880, which those of us here this afternoon heard quite a bit about. Dr. González also co-edited the 4-volume Oxford Encyclopedia of Latinos and Latinas in the United States, and the 2-volume Oxford Encyclopedia of Latinos and Latinas in Contemporary Politics, Law, and Social Movements. And again, as we heard more this afternoon, she also co-edited with Antonia Castañeda the Chicana Matters series for the University of Texas Press, which grew to include 21 books, at least, I want to say now 3 of which were produced by members of our audience, and then plus those who are watching on the stream, even more. Finally, I'd note that Deena served college and university communities. She's served professional organizations. She's served colleagues. She's served community partners, and she's served students in, now I do want to say, countless ways. Not that long ago, for example, she served Gonzaga University as a provost during a pandemic. And I cannot begin to imagine what that was like, but it provides the context for my own Deena story. In my notes here I say story, but after this afternoon's stories, I'm demoting my story to an anecdote because I want to keep the bar really low. But to fully appreciate this anecdote, you have to understand that before I came to Gonzaga, I was in a tenure track position at a different university, and I was like this close to earning tenure. But then my wife's career brought us here, and I kind of started over. So instead of earning tenure in 6 years, it took me 13. But then one day, in the spring of 2020, I was at home because there was a pandemic, so we were all at home. Maybe you weren't at home, but you were the provost, so. I was at home, and my wife brought me the phone, and she said, "It's the provost." And so the voice I heard saying congratulations was Deena's voice. And the clouds parted, and the sun was shining, and the birds were singing, and I don't know what she said beyond congratulations. But I will always and forever associate that joyous moment in the middle of so much hardship with my colleague and my friend Deena González. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Deena González.
That is so wonderful. One of the joys of the provostship was really to be able to call on that special day and try to reach people, many of whom were not available. But I really thank you, Ray and Ann, from the bottom of my heart, and the department colleagues who are here and have been with us, and those who are streaming, because I know many of you have familial duties and all sorts of other things going at this very busy time. I also told my students in the audience, how many of you are students in my class right now that are here? Okay, so if you see one of them raise their hand, that's because I've told them that if they have the game streaming on their devices, right, go Zags, I want them to raise their hand so we can hear the score, just in case any of you are concerned about this. And that's important because we've seen support for athletes and for our students and in all capacities as whole persons. And so I really appreciate the fact that our students do a lot of things, including work this event. But I'm really grateful to all of you. So when Professors Ann Ostendorf and Ray Rast asked me, and were thinking about this Davis lectureship and its intended purposes, is what they were tracing for me, I kept trying to imagine something spanning the art and scope of my research interests, and also what talking about history really meant. I landed on the title, The Women in My Life, because as the more I live and love, often losing in love, truth be told, and you heard stories about that today, but winning in wanting to learn more about women's survivance and resistance across time, to assess and make sense from the ground up of women's experiences in women's lives, I'm reminded that the archives never abandon one. They do not betray us. And although incomplete and even chaotic, as life is, if we're doing a thorough job as possible in our research, the story in them to be told is exciting and energizing in many cases. And they provide that needed respite from ordinary cares like who's picking up what, who's feeding the pets, getting to the dry cleaners, remembering the onions and eggs and the paper towels, all of life's activities. The archives, I have always felt, take one away from the ordinariness that so marks our lives, and the quiet space in them when immersed in the research is what I imagine heaven to be. To be sure, as historians, we are generally very removed from the people we research or the subjects we investigate. But in my case, as I hope you will see in this gallop across centuries and around several themes, the proximity and the affinity I feel for the women I have found in the archives, it's very close to home. It has been the constant in my life. I think constancy is probably an under-discussed side of history and of history making, a direction that we could do more with as we do with survivance and precarity. The women I've been lucky to find in the documents and to interpret and to highlight or make visible from those dusty staid pages are then also what inspire the practice of historical recovery. And so this lecture is about aspects of historical recovery that we so rarely have an opportunity to share with multiple audiences, and then to discuss with one another as we did today. The stories within the published stories, the context of rereading what we think we know, is what I will attempt to render, because historians, particularly if we are adding something new, have a tendency to want to stick to the facts, to create a timeline, to interpret what meaning we are making of an event or a life, in essence, to decenter ourselves a bit from the thing being studied. This is an important feature of our historical methods and of our telling history until very recently. But in this case, I find that the way I stumbled into women's lives bears a remarkable resemblance as well to who I am, that is, the person. If art mimics life, it could be that histories we tell do so as well. Here then are some stories of the women of New Mexico, my place of origin, and where fantasies and myths often preclude knowledge about women, except in the traditional Western US history categories of helpmate, mother, a submissive, or saintly organizer. A student once asked me if the purpose was to shine a light on particular women, but not put them on a pedestal, a question I have not forgotten. My work in borderland social history has sought to reconcile this body of knowledge by telling different stories, complicated ones, incomplete stories, stories of promise, of failures and resilience, but also those of the cruelties practiced by humans one against another to avoid forgetting, as so many say, is one of history's purposes or guideposts, ameliorating by documenting hatred, fear, racism and sexism, homophobia among so many of life's daily challenges. The iconography, image creation, and artistic renditions, some from the period of the Spanish invasion of what is today Mexico, the iconography in all of these images are vast sources of information. The supposed traitor to the Mexican nation, Malinche, has been recouped by Chicana academics, as we heard today, and artists who tell the story of this first woman of the Americas, that is, the person said to have been the mother of a mestizo mixed-race people. Of course, she was not the first, as the Caribbean and then Eastern Mexico were places where the Spanish soldiers fathered children with native indigenous women or African mulatta women as they undertook the conquest of Mexico. It is a complicated story to tell, but Chicana historians distill it down to how a nation presently considers Malinche the traitor, the cause of the Aztec demise, this young woman, talented linguist, who became the conqueror Hernán Cortés's mistress, and in her eyes, his wife, by virtue of having children, and then many years later, marrying another Spaniard. To be called Malinche today means being way out of line. And so you might imagine what the Clarion Collar label induces for Chicana revisionists. Changing the way Malinche was cast historically, that talented diplomat who often translated words for Moctezuma before he spoke, or Cortés before he replied, as in the center image here. This made for an excellent way to engage students when trying to complicate the story of Mexican history, the standard story of the conqueror and the vanquished. Imagine revising an entire nation's history by casting the key figure in it as a young indigenous woman who mastered Spanish, according to the Spanish chroniclers, in 6 weeks, and therefore not the tale of mighty firepower or military might, but as words, symbols, and signs, manipulated by the one person who understood what was being said, this young woman. Chicanas asked the complex question, that is, if this is our muse, when we think of historical power dynamics, we need to know more about her than the textbooks depict. Personally, I did some research on documents on Malinche, and I'm working on one from the Sevilla archives detailing her interest in petitioning to make her son Spanish in life, in title, ethnicity. But Malinche provided a different motive for my future work. If she, one of the most viable characters at a major event, was so maligned, what about ordinary women? Women not at the center of global affairs. In the New Mexico documents around 1976 at the Bancroft Library in Berkeley, and then at the State Record Center, the Archives of New Mexico in Santa Fe, I began to dig, motivated by professors at Berkeley who said, "We fear you will not find enough to write a dissertation." 50 years later, I'm still finding sources, and I have not forgotten Malinche's story as that 50-page document in Sevilla awaits. Here next are some stories of women that hit much closer to home, New Mexican, Spanish, Mexican, and indigenous women who responded to power plays and court orders in creative and equally inventive ways, as Malinche did by casting her lot with Hernán Cortés. Juana López One day in the 1980s, on what was probably my 5th return to the archives in Santa Fe, I was sitting at one of those old 1950s tables that functioned as a desk in the New Mexico State Record Center, the older one that used to belong to the railroad and still looked like a loading dock, when after a few weeks of requesting and reviewing folders on women's court cases, lawsuits, deed transfers, and disputes from 1820 to 1850, then New Mexican historian Stanley Hortis brought over a document and said, "What do you make of this? Look at this section of this 1832 court testimony." And there was Juana Lopez declaring before the judge, the scribe, and who knows how many witnesses in Spanish, "It is my ass, I own it, and I will give it to whomever I please." The document said that she had stated that much, que dicha Juana López es su culo, ella lo mandaba y se lo daría a quien quisiera. See, it sounds even much better in Spanish. This is the part where my father used to say, "Do you have to tell that story every time you talk?" I had been to the archives in 1978 to gather the first of many wills and testimonies and recorded family papers as well, had plowed diligently through the colonial Spanish and translated many of the sources to begin piecing together a more coherent picture of life in Santa Fe for its women in the late colonial and early 19th century, as Mexico moved toward independence from Spain. But truthfully, I did not get until that moment with Juana Lopez what life was like for the women, for a washerwoman like herself, for someone living in an era when Euro-American men, merchants and miscreants, sometimes one and the same, flooded the town. I became hungry to know, how did these women cope? How did they organize households, tolerate the inevitable racism and patriarchal practices, including those of the church, as they raised children, ran businesses, married, and divorced? Even the few women we might categorize as wealthy left limited letters behind, scarce first-person accounts, rarely recipes or cookbooks or sketches, art, clothes, the material objects that would help us to know better their life than we do currently. Instead, they participated in the society by virtue of having to justify their actions, going to court, a right granted by the Spanish legal system and later by the Mexican, not by the Euro-American one, however. There were strict parameters about what would or could be recorded, about what constituted a civil action between parties and so on. But the key, as I immersed myself in this idea of creating knowledge about their world, was finding ways to have them speak first for themselves and then for me in translation. That is, the scribes who wrote their words or the witnesses who attested, and then from the Spanish into English. What I conveyed on the pages that would eventually work its way into scholarly publications, and therefore toward a different audience. The method of translating within a translation universe is something about which I had to develop a measure of comfort, as it could have derailed my entire effort to know these women many centuries later, or to cast them through the eyes of their accusers, as in the case of Juana Lopez's husband, Juan Escobe, Hispanicized, as you heard earlier today, John Scully, who claimed she was doing more than laundry. I imagined them like a film in black and white, celluloid, not yet animated or lively, just responsive, angry, and as assertive and aggressive as Juana Lopez was in declaring before the court reporters that she would not tolerate any questioning about her right to her own body. I felt compelled to say more about this woman, and her defiant image has stayed with me for a very long time. I surmised that she was a washerwoman, as some of the witnesses would state that strange Euro-American men were seen going in and out of her rooms, her home, and they would not linger. Any other imaginings of hanky-panky or of her earning a living would require the type of documentation just not available. A census record recorded her as a washerwoman, but then all traces of her, of any children, and of Juan Escobe are lost. Turning next to another woman with whom I've spent many, many hours, imagine being recorded for history purposes under one name or title with singularity, La Coyota, the coyote, if we want to put it in rough English. In New Mexico, as in many places where the Spanish Empire extended itself, Coyota would be a term for mixed race, Spanish and native or indigenous heritage. It is important to remember that in these frontier reaches of the Spanish Empire, the upper Rio Grande Valley of today's northern New Mexico, caste, class, race, and ethnicity were markers. They were rendered into official government and church records, and their derivations were quite complex. In other parts of what is today Latin America, the racial classifications could extend into 20 or so terms, captured figuratively in what today we refer to as the caste paintings, and we'll see an example of those. There were much more than that, though, as they denoted placement, geography, and they were like little discourses, all within their own. Juanotia is in the record in one document, and when an editor of an anthology commissioned this essay for inclusion and wanted me to highlight aspects of Pueblo, New Mexico Indian Pueblo women's lives, I elected the more difficult path. How, with just one document about 8 pages in length, could I write an entire article of over 25 pages and bring to readers some new ideas about the roles and survival of women who were Pueblo adjacent? That is, in addition to being Coyota, like Juanotia, could she also have been a Genízara, right? A woman of Cochiti Pueblo, Cuyateme, people of the mountains, who might have converted to Catholicism, if not born into it, and who lived just outside the Pueblo or the community in which many of her relatives remained. Making sense in a biographical way of such a person, searching through census records and genealogical archives was one goal, but more to the point was this woman who stood in sharp contrast to the interlocutors of her era, Spanish named Catholics, who used their full and very long titles. Let me give you one example. And back to the opening of the will on the left side there. I know you all can't make it out. Don't panic, we can't either. We have to use magnifying glasses and expand that in order to get the penmanship clear. His title, Chief Officer and Leading Authority, Mr. Joaquin Codallos y Raval, Governor and Captain General of Santa Fe. And she, of course, is just Juanotia. He's the person charged to settle her estate. Juanotia had passed of undisclosed circumstances, and what remained was to settle her final wishes, as stipulated in testament recorded in her final will. I spoke, in an essay on her, I spoke about the heirs to her worldly possessions, distributed to children as well as to servants, they might have been slaves, along with cattle, pastures, sheep, debt to be paid to settle all her affairs. There are no paintings or engravings of such women that have survived. We have instead relied on then outsider and tourist versions or sketches of both traditional Mexican dress as well as social scenes depicting daily life, even in exaggerated stances and images. The lesson I derived from Juanotia's final wishes was that a legacy was created on these few pages, and it stood the test of time, if you will, given the traditional lengthy Catholic prayer. That was the second page, but on her will it was the first page. Her words provided us the bridge to link the past to the present, to link her secular world, sociability, and the spiritual one, or the hereafter. These women's wills, whether wealthy or poor, were performance and ritual, but they also make a statement about faith, history, and the order of things. The challenge regarding her story was that there was but one document finalizing her final wishes, and one appearance by her supposed husband on another matter. So little information, and yet what a lot can be said about women in an era when stacked up against many other women's wills and testaments, lawsuits and court cases can become quite rich. A ragged 1/2 page of paper, and yet we can interpret the value women placed on the saints to whom they said they charged their souls and bodies. Encomiendo mi alma y entierro a, fill in the blank. So I leave my body and burial to, and then the name of the saint, to whom they called forward in the final hours and in the face of witnesses and judges, who also hoped would indeed dispense of their possessions or property in an appropriate way. Moving forward, and that earlier slide with the list on it, into an era is this most fascinating character with whom I've lived on and off for decades, and whose stories continue to occupy me as I attempt my hand next at a novel. Alicia referenced that earlier. I am not a terribly dedicated writer of fiction, but when I have to fill in gaps in the historical record, I can invent and fictionalize what I imagine occurred. And lest you wish to cast aspersions about the ethics of this in the historical profession, I recommend you read Arthur Schlesinger's Age of Jackson, with its dialogue by Jackson in his carriage. Point. And so, given the several pieces I've written about Latules, including a long central chapter in my book on the women of Santa Fe, I offer here some fictional imaginations of Gertrudis Barceló, named Latules, as she travels from her birthplace in the northern Mexican state of Chihuahua first to Santa Fe, where she would, by virtue of her love of gambling and her acute business sense, become at 1845 the wealthiest woman west of the Mississippi. So, fictional rendering, part of the slice of a bigger project that I hope in retirement will be completed. Where had she decided to take that path? Toward the United States Americans and away from the Mexicans. She rarely focused her mind on the question, but when she did, the pressure pressing down on her was excruciating. It all had to do with her sense of place in the town of Santa Fe and with money. Tules honestly could not recall when she did not want more money, whether reales, pesos, or dollars. Wasn't she single-handedly supporting a niece, her niece's husband, some of his family, plus a whole army battalion? Like her niece, she had not been born in Santa Fe, but was from the province immediately to the south of it, about 500 kilometers south to be exact. She was Mexican, not New Mexican. Sensing increasingly the value of the outsider in this tradition-ridden town, she believed from the day she had set foot in what others saw as a God-forsaken land, although it was very Catholic, that she had been destined to change it. She had to nip the interloper and competitor quickly or she'd lose everything. Armijo's niece and nephew were putting on a tertulia, a dramatic reading of otherwise serious or important literature in the Spanish tradition. All the tertulia she had attended focused on the birth of Jesus and biblical stories, or on the dramas produced by the classical Spanish dramatists, but readapted on this frontier, faraway land, somewhat removed from the peninsular quality that pervaded those works. She had heard she was supposed to have been the subject of this particular staging, but nothing could have prepared her for the outrageous display by these two young actors when she walked into the old cathedral that night. Situated right at the corner of the plaza, the front of the cathedral-turned-theater, were groups of soldiers, men and young people. They were warming their hands over the fires built on just the ground, and at least one cart was selling atole, the grainy, nutty liquid made from rice and milk. Most of the locals were dressed in warm and heavy boots, some lined at the wrist or the collar with rabbit fur. Tules found their attire offensive in the way wool smelled when it got wet. She also thought that they were practicing a typical Mexican proclivity toward passive viewing, hoping perhaps, like most things in this community, they could just walk in without paying the drama troupe for its troubles. This was the custom for dances, fiestas, parades, exhibitions, and all the other community events of the time. Those with the money sponsored the events, and those without it enjoyed the celebrations, keeping to their respective places by hugging the adobe walls, standing in back, or crowding the doorways. Tules was not partial to the arrangements of the classes, but she knew she'd get far more from it at her saloon than if she tried to do more than was humanly possible to remedy that gulf between the rich and poor. She simply did not like having to view it on her one evening out. Her husband had told her to go alone and had asked the driver of their carriage to stay until she wanted to return. "I'll have nothing to do with this, Gertrudis. Sé que mandarás a todos a la porra al final y no gracias. I know you'll send everyone to hell, no thank you. I won't play witness to this effort to undermine your authority. No sea ridículo, Francisco. Don't be ridiculous, Francisco. I want you to go with me and be seen as a proper husband, a gallant defender of my honor. You are not a proper wife, Tules, and I am not a proper husband. Proceed with your business affairs, but please don't confuse those with our marriage. They are not the same, and I'm not a patsy, yours or anyone's." Damn him, Tules recalled. Here she was emerging from the carriage, dropped off like a package into the middle of the rabble. Inside, the cathedral was lit with candles on wooden candlesticks and in buckets, and large candles on the altar stairs, smaller ones on wooden chandeliers that dripped candle wax down on the theater goers. This isn't drama, Tules surmised. It's comical. La Tules had paid for an entire bench, hoping that her niece and niece's wayward husband would finally return from El Paso del Norte. She had sent them down south to buy up as much cinnamon and saffron as they could find, luxury items in the north, but essential to the Americans. They guzzled cinnamon tea because a Cheyenne medicine woman had told them it cured digestive problems, impotence, and skin diseases. Those Plains people knew their science and arithmetic, La Tules believed, but their economic sensibilities made it more difficult for her to keep these things in her store. 2,000 new soldiers in town were the real cause of Tules's annoyances until tonight. As she slid into her bench, she looked over to see General Armijo's wife and stepdaughters and sister hugging 2 entire benches. I've walked into a trap, damn it, Tules's brain screamed out. How could I not have seen this? Darkness descended, then candles were lit, and the play began. The fake curtains were pulled back to the wall, and a chair from her gambling hall plus a table piled high with cards and fake coins was revealed. At the back was a woman with an outrageous hairdo, an equally tall mantilla covering it. If that's supposed to be me, they're quite mistaken, Tules thought, and she felt her jaw setting slightly. The mantilla was red, the cotton blouse was the ugliest thing Tules had ever seen. ¿Dónde estás, hombre necio? The mantilla-clad voice shouted. Where are you, stubborn man? What was that supposed to be, dialogue? Thought Tules. But just as she loosened her clenched teeth and tried to relax, Tules saw General Armijo walk in, and the officer had the nerve to clamp on over and sit next to her. She was horrified until she realized that he was part of the acting and the drama. What do you make so far of this portrayal, Tules? Are you not ashamed to be witnessing this spectacle, he said. For someone wearing tight pants intended for some French brigadier wearing a wig, and for someone who has gone bankrupt, as you have, Manuel, I really would go sit over there with my family and leave the recipient of this display alone, unless you wish to have me reveal all your secrets, such as those caused by your insistence on those tight pants. A gasp and wild laughter ripped across the benches as people began to stand up to strain to get a better view of La Tules and of Armijo himself. They could not discern which was the stage and which was the public scandal. Aha, cried the other actor up front, if you are moving your necks like ducks in the water, let us quack for you and reveal more clearly the ways of Santa Fe. Tules began to let her mind race again. Does this guy think he's Shakespeare? We all get the point that real life is more interesting at this moment in our history than the stage could ever make it. Muévete de aquí, Manuel, por di quien. Move along, Manuel, for the love of God, she said to Armijo, but he would not budge. Not until you promise to divorce your husband and run away with me. My wife is headed to the convent, she says, and she'll not live with me anymore. I would not marry a divorced man, thank you. And besides, I'm already married to a nice, gallant man who is at home counting my money. The actors had suddenly sprung to life, as if on cue, and were hastily moving the table, candles, and chairs. A rug was rolled out, and another wooden candelabra suspended from the ceiling fell forward to the audience. On top of it was a man, a small man, a short, stout man of about 3 feet in height, who began to swing and sway dangerously close to the top of the mantilla-clad woman. Tules was about to roar with laughter at the thought of her life as a circus, until the woman playing her on the stage began a soliloquy. Oh, how long shall I pine for the good days in Chihuahua before I took this road to perdition? Stop, grunt, drop to the knees. Dear God, Virgin Maria, Mother of Grace, I beg you, bring Manuel to my door tonight so that I may repent for all my sins, make us husband and wife in the eyes of the church. Tules now looked at this insane spectacle and began to realize that it was dear Manuel, dear idiotic Manuel, who had set it all up. He hoped to find a graceful way of allowing his wife to leave for Mexico and of being with Tules, but the truth was that she did not want him. Was he an absolute fool? She had no regrets about rejecting him many years before. The man truly was not the amorous Don Juan he pretended to be. He was not much of anything except the descendant of a family with land and prestige and a former captain general of a beleaguered set of troops attempting to fend off the Texan invaders from whom she had made a great deal of money at the gambling hall. Why doesn't he put an end to this? Latulas was now asking. Already her mind was off the entertaining spectacle, moving toward her journey south to Mexico and on to Veracruz to step onto a ship to Sevilla. Something needled her about this performance, and she could see the audience embracing yet another scandal in Santa Fe. She thought that she would use those exact words with the Sevillanos when they asked her, "What is this territory of Nuevo Mexico like? Scandalous, treacherous, and lacking merchandise." So, Latulas from that point goes away from this writing. She goes on several adventures in Sevilla and Mexico and Santa Fe and passes away at mid-century, 1852, leaving most of her wealth to her niece and a few other relatives. Turning next to my last story, and my obsession these past 10 years into the following that I hope will follow, I want to focus on a girl and her guy. I call her a girl because that is how she's classified in the documents. A niña, meaning not of marriageable age or less than 13 years of age. The boy she wishes to marry is just a few years older and importantly appears in the documents with the label mozo, meaning either young man, an apprentice in standardized Spanish of the 18th century, or of mixed race ancestry, likely Afro-Mexican, or from a family with a known African ancestor. In the document written by the Archbishop's appointee in adjudicating this case of whether the two young people are married legitimately or not, the boy is referred to as a mancebo, another word for young, but that was also used to describe mixed race or ethnic origins. And as we turn back here from the story of the 1840s I just depicted to the 1700s, there's also another piece that's interestingly highly personal to me in the historical accounting that follows. A bit of an aside here, though, before getting into the details of the story of Maria Francisca Baca. As so many students have done their research with me, so many students have aided this research, this particular story came to the attention of an MFA graduate student at Loyola Marymount, the year I returned from a sabbatical in Sevilla. There, as I searched for documents on New Mexico, documents not copied by the earliest New Mexican historians who had also trekked to the Central Archives, first in Durango, which is where the New Mexico archives would go, then Mexico City, and finally to Sevilla, to get their hands on these original manuscripts in the Archivo General de Indias, the AGI. In a crowded room full of Latin Americanists and historians of the New World, graduate students working on dissertations they hoped would yield new theories, I found Maria Francisca Baca. As part of a decision the Archbishop Benito Crespi of the Diocese of Durango would have to make in determining whether priestly misaction had prevented this girl from an elite Hispano family to marry her intended. The following year, the MFA graduate student assistant, Salu Asek, prompted me to return to this research because when translating documents, she began imagining a play about Maria Francisca Baca, which she went on to tackle in order to satisfy the requirements of her MA thesis, her MFA thesis. And so she drew a sketch of all the cast of characters involved, and they're very complicated and very interwoven, but this is from her. And as soon as I saw this sketch, I thought, I am having fun. Even more fun as I examined the story detailed in the documents, including the testaments from eyewitnesses, those who heard Maria Francisca's father threaten to kill her if she married that mozo, or who attested that her aunt from Bernalillo, which is north of Albuquerque and south of Santa Fe, had participated in having Maria Francisca sequestered at her home to prevent further contact between her and the boy. Coursing through the story and in the documents was then defiance, romance, scandal, and of course, anger and hostility. the ingredients of history, the real stuff of history, and what keeps us sussing out these stories in their rich and lively detail. Santa Fe in the 1720s, when this history unfolds, did not look at all like the Disneyland version of an old Spanish town as it does today. Some of these images that you're going to see in 1 minute here are from the 19th and early 20th century, but these early surviving sketches, I think, really represent a very muddy affair altogether. Scarcity of glass, anything but the roughest logs. Camila Lanza, student here in the audience and working here on the Davis Lecture, helped create this slide of Maria Francisca Baca's ancestry, and we can come back to it if there is confusion. But these images of Santa Fe, I think, are particularly important because they show not only the scarcity of glass, but the roughest logs, wood beams that help support the roofs made of hay and mud, windows set high to shield from indigenous attacks, and adobe bricks that required intensive attention to keep them from disintegrating. At 7,000 feet above sea level and in a valley surrounded by a mountain chain, the Sangre de Cristos or Blood of Christ mountains, winters could be cold, are cold, and snowy. Depictions of women carrying water on their heads began appearing as Euro-American and European artists made their way to Mexico, and as indicated in some of these scenes, they romanticized the precarious conditions communities faced from the centers, far from the centers of the Spanish Empire. As the story, though, to get back to the story, has percolated and its incredible details expanded, many pieces of it tug at me. First, Maria Francisca Baca would actually, or could actually be Juana Francisca Baca, her sister. That is, it is the central character, it's how the central character is referred to in the Archbishop's report as Juana Francisca, not as Maria Francisca, the sister. More to the point, Juana Francisca's birth dates would make her closer in age to the fact that she's referenced in the testimonies and in the stories as a niña, as a girl that is not yet of marriageable age. For the purposes of my telling this story, I'm going to stick to Maria Francisca Baca, as that is how it is referenced in the primary record, except for the birth and baptismal certificates that seem to contradict the folklore surrounding her story. Her father, witnesses attested, grew angrier and angrier the more Maria Francisca insisted on wanting to marry her guy, Manuel Duran de Armijo or Manuel Armijo, described variously as a mozo mancebo, terms or labels again indicating either apprenticeship or mixed race ancestry. The parentage could have been mixed race because his mother was a Tewa mother who partnered up later in her life with an African descent drummer, the drummer accompanying the De Vargas expedition of 1690, which retook Santa Fe after the successful Pueblo Revolt of 1680. So there might be greater meaning to be read into these terms than that which folklorists and some historians have suggested meant someone of mixed racial ancestry. Some have also attributed the label mozo, as it appears in these documents, as Maria Francisca Baca uttered the term pejoratively, as reflecting not only on his mixed Hispanic and indigenous ancestry, but also on mixed African and Hispanic. The question of ancestral status was uppermost in this debate accompanying this Romeo and Juliet-like tale because Maria Francisca was from an elite upper-class Santa Fe family. And although in his last will and testament, her father, Antonio Baca, appears not to have conveyed a very great deal of property, her family insisted that this marriage was not right for her. When the girl made her wishes known to her father, witnesses attested, he became agitated and he began working on keeping the two apart. First, he requested assistance from the local vicar by not allowing the priest to grant a marriage license. Next, he enlisted a judge to interrogate Maria Francisca and to change her mind about the process, about the prospect of marrying Manuel Armijo. She insisted, she stated later in her testimony, recorded in the bishop's record, that she had never changed her mind, and she would never change it, as she wanted to marry her one true love, Manuel Armijo. Next, she also detailed the threatening way her father sought to control her. She cited that he threatened to stab her, kill her with a knife, should she persist. He sequestered her first in the home of someone named Reaño, his friend, the judge. And then a short time after that, she refused to renounce again her intention. He sent her south to her aunt's home in Bernalillo, about a day and a half ride from Santa Fe. Her mother's role in the coercion heaped upon her, and witnessed by several of her father's close friends and others, is largely absent in the record. Poor Maria Francisca Baca, having endured the wrath of her father and his buddies, having been sent south to Bernalillo in an effort to dampen her resolve, things were about to get worse. According to Fra Angelico Chavez, noted Franciscan historian of New Mexico, in a 1950s journal article entitled A Romeo and Juliet Story, Maria Francisca was trapped in a network of traditional first families of the Spanish conquest, and he hints about how this story of honor and values, of maintaining a fragile foothold in a increasingly, growingly, quite restless frontier, but that's where the storyline lies. The Franciscans were being investigated by the Durango Diocese for inaction or for overreaction, in this case, refusing to grant a marriage license on the basis of one parent's concerns, and for many other methods of coercing indigenous people into servitude, not serving the missions or the parishes adequately, and a host of other challenges that, truth be told, was a threatened coexistence in a world that had upset far older economic and political alliances. By the 1720s, the reconquest of New Mexico was reassured, but barely so. This is the world of Maria Francisca Baca, a girl who stared patriarchy in the face and in a challenging cultural setting. Bravely, she stated that only once had she told her father's friend, the judge, that she would renounce her intention to marry. But as soon as she was sent south and away from Santa Fe, she knew in her heart that she could not deny her wish to marry Manuel Armijo. The priest recorded, and her testimony affirmed, that even if she had lost her virginity to the mozo, aunque perdida al mozo, her father would not denounce her and would accept her. Maria Francisca was steadfast, and her devotion to her position but angered more of her relatives. This next part of the story is interesting for a play or a movie, at the very least, but worthy of our attention too. Someone must have told Manuel Armijo that Maria Francisca was being sent or had been sent south to Bernalillo and to stay at her aunt Josefa Baca's home under her watchful protection. On a key feast day shortly after her arrival, San Lorenzo's Day, which is an important holiday throughout New Mexico, her aunt and Maria Francisca plus cousins and others headed to San Felipe de Neri for Mass and the celebrations. It was some distance away in Albuquerque. As Mass ended, the local priest lingered at the altar, and as Maria Francisca and her aunt moved toward the exit or the front door, a young man stepped out of the shadows, grabbed Maria Francisca's arm, and walked with her to the front altar, where he requested the priest marry them right then and there. Aunt Josefa was so flustered that she exited the church to find her sons, Maria Francisca's cousins, and other family friends to explain what had transpired. Witnesses in the recorded documents by the bishop, in the incident, described a chaotic scene where it appears that a ceremony or an exchange of vows had in fact actually taken place, but they instead proceeded to draw knives and threaten the priest with bodily harm. At that point, Aunt Josefa grabbed Maria Francisca and pulled her into the sacristy, angry and extremely agitated that this had happened on her watch. She too insulted the priest, as have the men who gathered now at the altar and still in the church. The priest demanded an end to the drama, but at that point, Aunt Josefa emerged carrying Maria Francisca's clothes in her hands. That is right. Maria Francisca stated in her testimony, recorded in this bishop's review of the case before the priest a few months later, me desnudó, she disrobed me, all in the effort to prevent her from leaving and moving from the holding room out back into the church. How Maria Francisca and Manuel Armijo eventually came together after such a violent display of familial and ecclesiastical animosity toward their marriage is not told in the documents. The themes of endurance and persistence are evident when later Durango sends priests and scribes to El Paso and orders at least 4 witnesses and Maria Francisca herself to attest to the events that had transpired in order to deem the marriage legitimate and to record it in the Santa Fe Church Registry, as well as to reprimand the priest, the original priest in Santa Fe, who refused to do so in the first place. 2 years later, Maria Francisca and Manuel Armijo's marriage is legitimately recorded in Santa Fe's San Francisco de Asís, 6th of November, 1735. And her father's will, 20 years later, recognizes his children and their spouses, including Manuel Armijo, in his testament. One final twist to insert myself into this romantic tale, the title of this talk, after all, being The Women in My Life. And I do mean those in the historical record of centuries past, knowing that the González family, mine always, this is the paternal side of the family, always called the Baca cousins, the Bacas cousins, referred to the Bacas as cousins. So I did a quick tour one day before coming to Gonzaga, so this would have been about 2018, in family search to locate the Baca ancestry a bit more precisely. Now, looking at my father's side, tracing back to the first great-grandfather to the 10th generation, and so that'll be this one. So that's dad, mom, grandpa, grandmas on each side, grandpa, great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather, and up above great-great-great-grandfather, and then all the way to the, I'll get us here, whoops. I'm not sure where this little red thing is. Okay, I'll just show you. This is where I want to get. So that's the great-grandfather to the 8th generation. So looking at that, Juan González Bas III's dates are 1710, 1782, marries Maria Manuela Baca, whose dates are 1718 to 1790. Those great-grandparents of mine to the 8th generation lived a very long time for the 18th century. But when I clicked on the boxes for the maternal line of Maria Manuela Baca to her parents, so that would be that one, down to her parents, Gregorio Baca and Ignacia Romero, linking to Manuel Baca and Maria de Salazar Hurtado, I found Gregorio Baca and Ignacio Romero, parents of Pablo Antonia Baca, who was Maria Francisca Baca's father. If these grandparents to the 8th generation, but at that point, 9th generation, right, were my great uncles and aunts, then Maria Francisca would be my cousin to the 10th generation. I'll not begin to do the deeper dive into the Armijos, who also show up on the family tree. But suffice it to say that the same branch of the family, because my great-great-great-great-grandfather, Antonio José González, married my great-great-great-grandmother, Maria Alfonso Armijo, and her parents, her grandparents, are linked to Salvador Manuel Durante Armijo, who in turn were grandparents to Manuel Armijo's father. Okay, so now if you've lost this overly genealogical trail, just blame the Mormons and family search, okay? Because that's where this comes from. It's all there to bring a bit of closure to this exploration. And what historians seem to know well, in our love of time and place, I recall the T.S. Eliot phrase, "We shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all of our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time." It seems I rediscover these historical figures repeatedly each time I move the research in a different direction or when I have to teach about them. And I always think, as I teach about them, what will I do next with no classroom? And equally troubling, I guess, no audience. But if you find me back on the family farm in the southern New Mexico, lecturing to the weeds or the animals or the plants, please do step in and tell them I am not entirely crazy, for I have carried on this type of conversation for over 4 decades and really do know it for the first time at every instance that I tell it. I want to thank you for listening to these stories. of several women's lives and why they matter in the present. You've been a gracious audience. Thank you. Time for questions or comments or anything at all, reflections? Is that, we've got 5 minutes or so? I'll take my glasses off so I can see you. Did anyone know about the game?
Yes, I have to tell you.
What?
44-23.
At halftime?
At halftime. Gonzaga.
Oh.
44-23, people. Wow.
No,
goes.
28.
Oh.
44-28.
Go Zags.
Go Zags, as Rachel Maddow said.
Yes. I bumped into Rachel Maddow at the AHA in the bathroom, and at the washing station. And I looked over and thought, do I say anything or not? And then I'm just shameless about this. And so then I said, I'm really looking forward to the plenary. She was on the next plenary. And she said, oh, so am I. I'm so excited. I don't know these people. I said, oh, well, let me tell you a little bit about the ones that I know. And then I said, then she was walking away, and I said, could I ask you something? Would you sign the back of my badge, the card? So she's writing on it. She signs her signature, and she says, from what institution? I said, Gonzaga. She says, can I write Go Zags? I said, are you kidding? My students will love that. Absolutely. So that was my famous encounter.
So I think we would welcome comments, questions. I'm going to run around with the microphone. So
is there any link between the story you just told about your great cousin and Alicia's poem?
Alicia's poem meaning all of the, not only the ancestral, but all the...
Yeah, you're a good storyteller. Put the two together.
The 3 degrees of separation. Alicia told, frankly, too close to home stories, right? But too much. But earlier this afternoon, but she talked about how we met, and so a lot of the themes today, a lot of the theme I think running through was how we know each other. You know, how did we discover one another? And it was beautiful because Susan did the same thing with Susan's a partner, now deceased, Camille Deena González and I, whose picture you saw on that first slide. I don't know if we can put that first slide back up. Thank you, Caleb. So I just have to back it. But in this collage that I was doing, I kept thinking, you know, our interconnections are just so incredible all the way through. So Camille's up there, the curly hair at the top left. Antonia's to the left. And so Camille's gone. Luisa Añón over the curve right below, who's another Chicana historian who's also gone. See if I can get this red. It's sort of there, but I can't really see it.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, Vicky Reese is there with Yolanda Leiva, another historian. This is our student at Claremont, Amalia Cabezas, who's now a professor at UC Riverside. This is Vicky Lee and Irvine. Gloria Ansaldúa visiting with one of our students at Claremont. And she came. Rigoberta Menchú, Marshall and I. Marshall's now gone. We brought Rigoberta to LMU. And then pictures of family. Antonia and I, they're out opposite side of the Alhambra, so in Granada. And Natalia Molina, another historian from USC, took this picture. And then this one is actually from the Pacific Northwest. So this was Antonia Castañeda, myself, Helen Laracea, now deceased, Cynthia Orozco, and Elizabeth Salas was at UW. And she gathered us for a Chicana history gathering. And then these are aunts and uncles, high school picture. My dad at 3 years old with his oldest sister, Aunt Andrea, who lived to be up here, 101 years of age, up until just very recently passed away. Antonia Darder and Sylvia Morales, the filmmaker here, and I in at Loyola Marymount. And then this is the famous conference where I met Emma Perez. And so Emma was delivering her talk. This is Doug Monroy, another historian, and Ramon Gutierrez sipping his water there. And Charlene Soto, now deceased, also was right here on the right. And then these are grandmothers, relatives who've passed, my godmother and my dad's brother, last surviving siblings who now are gone, parents' wedding in my grandmother's house, the maternal grandmother, and then the paternal grandmother, maternal grandfather, and then the person who stood in for my dad's father, who was deceased, my great uncle Tomas, and then grandmother, and this was my grandfather's mother, Donaciano's mother. My mom, college picture. This is her with her sister and 2 college roommates, I think. Is that right, Rita? My sister's here. Yeah. Yep. So those are, and then mother in the living room, kind of doing what we never saw her do, which was sitting. And my sister and I, that's St. Peter's. That's a basilica in the background, and we're like heading toward it. And my mother was laying a rose. This is actually 1 week before she passed, at her great-great-grandfather's grave. And then the museum in Truth or Consequences, or Hot Springs, did a flag for her. And they put this sign up in recognition. My aunt Ellie and me at a conference, cousin Olivia, who's here at my mom's celebration, Alicia, and I call her the baby, but she's no longer a baby, my goddaughter, Azul there, and also up here in Albuquerque, outside at the mountains. So those are some of the pictures. Charlita and I here, the Bollier Center in renewal, and then in the provost's office, the folks who so helped me during my time there. Here we are. Beatriz is gone. Tomas Ibarra Frausto, very young age, Doug Monroy again, myself, listening very intensely to this panel. So, and then this is Emma with her daughter, Lucia, and Fernando and Karen Mary Davalos, my 2 colleagues and partners in crime at Loyola Marymount. So it's a whole tour. My aunt Marion here, who was married to my dad's brother, Uncle Ben. Elle, one of her pictures off the web. Elle, because I have one of you with a mask on during COVID times, you and Karen Mary, and I wanted to put that one in, but then I thought, nobody can see her. And then we have, and Susan Johnson during her final lecture, Goodbye, as president of Western History Association with Bill, right? Bill Cronin, so her mentor. Emma and I sipping drinks at her parents' house in Houston. This must have been 1980 something. Let's see, who else? More LMU colleagues, Yvette on her wedding day. Our last surviving aunt, my mother's youngest sister here, and here with my cousin Lillian, the 2 of them, and cousin Lisa, and then Margaret, who's also now passed. So a lot of passings, there's just a lot. I tried to throw in kind of a timeline, like what do I see, or a Berkeley shot when I gave an address at Berkeley for commencement up here in this corner. And then my grandmother's sisters. So this is my grandmother and her 2 sisters. And then this was my grandmother on the paternal side. This is her mother. So just a lot of photographs and memories and time. Questions? Yes. Any other questions? Yeah.
Oh, I'm coming. So for the stream.
Because they're streaming, we have to stay by the mics. My impulse is to go over.
Thank you so much, Dr. González. I appreciate you beyond words. I can't tell you how much you've influenced me in my life here in Gonzaga and in my career. So you'll remember in 2020, the whole world shut down, and Dr. González was provost at the time. And so we were talking about women. As far as I understand, the Society for Women in Philosophy was the first online conference in the world.
In the world, wow.
And that was under your direction, and thank you so much for that.
No, I remember when you were asking and trying to get it funded and off the ground, and kudos to you for just sticking with it, because I remember that how difficult it was, but I'm
Mhm.
glad that we did that.
We did that, and now that is, that is because of you. That's your legacy and huge influence on me. And then we were doing the Heidegger Circle. You remember that year?
Good memories.
It was great memories. And everybody had decided there was going to be no travel. The whole world was shutting down, and we were unsure about how to progress with that. And 2021, you funded the Heidegger Circle, and the first you had to leave. I think you were traveling at the time.
Yes.
And you introduced the Heidegger Circle. And we were supposed to go ahead and start with the Heidegger Circle, but for the first hour we were talking about you. So, so I just want to thank you so much for that. They were supposed to fall all online, but I'm not a very good technological person, so God knows how I ended up doing those two things online, but I've succeeded in actually using this thing too. But I just want to say they are actually there. So if somebody is in the room, they know how to get that stuff from my computer up online. That'd be awesome. But yeah, I wanted to say you're a huge influence for me, and it's very hard for women, right? So it's really hard when you don't have these role models. So thank you for that. Thank you for your influence on me and your modeling how to be a great leader.
I thank you for those remarks. I really appreciate that very much. Other questions?
Since I have the microphone.
Go for it, Ray.
We were in a department meeting, and a colleague said she's going to do the conference thing of a comment and then a question. So I'm going to do a comment and then a question, and you can choose if you want to.
Excellent.
So the comment is an observation, again, as I was introducing you and earlier today when dinner and reflecting on the impressions that today's events have made on me. I think I want to say that I am phenomenally struck by the power and the beauty of the connections that you have to other people. Probably everybody in this room, all of those people that you just walked us through, all of the people, the women in particular that you spoke about in your talk and in all of the stories we heard today. So that's my impression, and so that's the comment, and if you want to respond to that, you're welcome to. But my question relates to the fact that this is our annual History Department lecture, and we have a good number of students in the room and maybe some watching as well. So I want to ask you, historian to historian, what would be your advice to other historians, or what is your advice to other historians, especially younger historians?
I think that's a really good question, and it's one today that we heard about. Not only the student panel, but others just sort of making comments about how they've come into the work that they've done. I'm thinking of Susan's discussion of how she was introduced, and what meaning the women of the West and Western history has in relationship to Chicano and Chicana history. And we see that also with the dialogue and the discourse going on between Native and Indigenous history, which is the history of the United States, as Ned Blackhawk reminds us in Rediscovery of America. And then the historians who do African American history, who remind us as well of how important that history is fundamental and integral to everything we do in US history. So one of the points I would make for a student, what do we do? I would say, find that one thing you like that you really think about a lot. Maybe it's, maybe it's the sequel or the series Yellowstone. My students are going to laugh because they're going to say, we knew she wouldn't get through 1 hour without talking about Yellowstone, right? And maybe it's the prequels, right? Or maybe it's Killers of the Flower Moon, right? That you kind of stumble onto these things and you become attached to them. Follow that attachment. That's the thing that, Father Arupe would say, right? Said to us is, who you fall in love with, what you fall in love with matters. Because that's your day, right? Don't forget. But that's what, in his case, he was also making the point That is God, right? That's where we find God. But he was making the point that who you love, what you love, really animates your spirit. And I think that's the thing that we can most find in looking and doing original historical research. And it's not easy. It's not easy at all. And no one has said it would be easy. But I think if you stick with it, this is one result. I mean, you will have not only a lot of work that's published and that's known by other people and that is regarded well by other people, but you'll have the satisfaction that I have right now in hearing, like, gee, I sounded pretty good when people were quoting me. I thought, thank God for editors, you know, and so on. Because Alicia's been one of my editors, especially for this last essay that came out in the journal was out there at the table. And she knows what my rough writing looks like, right? My rough first drafts. But find it. If you love it, do it.
Can we have another warm round of applause for Dr. Deena González? Thank you, everyone, for attending today's events. Have a safe drive home.